Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's Dangerous to Go Alone number 21. This is the 3-year anniversary of the Off the Dial tournament series. This is pretty exciting because today we have 13 different teams competing to figure out who is the least dangerous to go alone with. Is that how that works? I'm not entirely sure. Rose, maybe you can help me out with this. I am joined here in the Swiss rounds by Rose. I am Zada, and yeah, I think most of you know who I am, but if you don't, well, now you do. Rose, what is up today?
Um, really nothing much. We're just celebrating 3 years of Off the Dials. This is my first time commentating an Off the Dial tournament. I'm really excited to do so. And I'm just really excited for these teams because there, if I'm not mistaken, there is a prize at the end of this season's It's Dangerous to Go Alone, isn't there?
There is a prize. The winning team, actually, all members of the winning team will get a Discord Nitro Classic code for their Discord, so they can, of course, share all of the lovely emotes out of the Off the Dial server. Most of which, for whatever reason, include Bernie Sanders in them, demanding better maps. So, and I have a feeling we're going to end up talking about better maps a little bit here. So the way that the tournament works is that just so that everybody who's joining us now has a quick idea of how this works. The tournament, everybody signs up alone. So everybody signs up alone as effectively a free agent. And then a few days before the tournament, the magic of the internet and computer programming manages to match teams together so that they are relatively balanced by play style, experience, rank, you name it, weapon preferences. And this time it made 13 teams. There were that many signups actually for this to make 13 full teams, and we will be streaming the Swiss rounds into the finals. So right now there are a bunch of other Swiss rounds going on, but we are privileged today to have the Deadly Drizzlers facing off against the Hungry Houses. Now these teams have only had about 2 days to practice with each other, or against each other in some cases, because some of the teams were scheduling scrims. So it will be interesting to see, as always. And our first map up is going to be Splat Zones on Snapper Canal. So yeah, let me start getting the room set. We actually have members of both teams are all here, and we will be able to get going very shortly. And so, Rose, what are your opinions on Snapper Canal?
Snapper Canal is a weird map. Most people don't like the water aspect of a lot of maps, and honestly, I agree with them. But this is one of the lesser offending maps in my opinion. I think it is better for splat zones and clamblets especially. I think it doesn't offend that much, and it does bring in a lot of opportunities for flanks and stuff like that. What are your thoughts?
So for this one, yes. I mean, there's a couple of different routes to the zone, and I'm going to end up sounding a little bit like John Madden by saying you can go left or you can go right. But there are a couple of different routes that you can take in order to get to the zone. What's interesting about this is because of the big structure in the middle of the zone. A splashdown by itself is rarely, you can't just do a splashdown and cap the zone. It rarely
Yeah.
that rarely works. So it's it requires a little bit of coordination there, and there are enough hiding spots around that central structure and kind of in the corner as you're approaching the zone where somebody can be hiding and just kind of pop up and shoot you. So this is a good map where you want to kind of control the general vicinity of the zone as much as possible. It is easy enough to cross the zone and see where we get, but it looks like the game is ready to start. So let's get this thing going. But yeah, I don't hate this as much as most of my viewers. Let's put it that way.
Me neither. um, ooh, Explosher. And so it's both teams sporting a backline. We love to see it. Both teams sporting an NZAP. A lot of paint coming from both sides. We're seeing another Squeezer, which last season we did enjoy seeing Squeezer. Um, but the big structure in the middle does make it really hard for people to cap the zone quickly, but looks like the hungry houses, I think, capped it
Yes,
first.
the hungry houses have managed to cap that zone, and it looks like Glitchy is holding it down right now. That's who Autospec has chosen to pick on for now. Yeah, occasionally I will go to Manspec, but right now we are on Autospec because I'm never quite sure what it's going to pick up. So Glitchy is holding down the zone from the Hungry Houses side right now. I'm seeing those Explosher bursts coming in from Mara, and it looks like the Drizzlers are working on getting the cap, but no, they were not able to get it, and it is a return to the Hungry Houses.
So Mara just bollered into the zone alone, unfortunately. So they couldn't quite get the zone and had to jump out. But Dre goes for the flank again. Doesn't quite get any picks, but looks like the NZAP got taken out just now.
Well, and so we just did see a brief deadly Drizzler takeover of that zone. So it looks like they are back. They are back in charge.
The special coordination on the side of the Hungry Houses is really nice. They popped both their Ink Armor and their Rain at the same time, which helped them recap the zone very quickly. Looks like there's another Rain coming out, and a flank by the Foil Squeezer. Will it work? Oh, they popped their bubbles, and dang. They capped the zone, but they unfortunately got taken out.
The Drizzlers do currently have the zone. Mara working on that backline Explosher, and Mara challenging the sniper right now over on the Hungry Houses.
That sniper just does not want to be taken out by anything. They pop armor again. I love this game. Armor is such a good mechanic. Why would you ever hate it?
Here comes Mara with that baller coming in to try and cap that zone, and it is capped. The Drizzlers taking it over. This is looking a lot closer. It looks like the countdown is going to happen. Will the Drizzlers get the lead? They did.
Yes. And the 2 on the Hungry House. Oh, 3 on the Hungry Houses get taken out. Doesn't look like they'll catch the 4th, but that's a really, really good lead for them.
All right, this is do or die time right now for the Hungry Houses. And no, they weren't able to cap the zone. It looks like the deadly. Oh, wait a minute! Wait. Oh, Mara with that splat in the zone. That makes the deadly Drizzlers the winner of our first round. So, for those of you that are new to Off the Dial, we start out with Swiss rounds, which are play all 3. What that basically means is that we are going to see 2 more regardless of the stats. So we're going to see 2 more matches from these 2 teams, and we will soon be going back to our next. Of course, it would help if I would actually go back to the maps. Let's take a look at the map. Yeah, we want to take a look at the map. So the Deadly Drizzlers are up by 1. So let's can you tell it's been a month since I've cast this? So we're still getting used to it. So tower control on Skipper Pavilion is what's next. So it looks like we go from Snapper to Skipper. So yes, it is good times coming up. So yeah, tower control on Skipper Pavilion. Now this one, I don't know. For whatever reason, I don't see this one very often. I'm not. I don't know about you, but
you don't see it very often because it's not the best.
Maybe that's
usually
why.
a good band. It's again one of those map modes that I just don't hate that much. I think there is a lot of clutch potential here, and I think like that Splat Zone snapper that we just saw, even if you have the lead by 70, 80 points, it can still get swiped under your nose by a lucky stingray or a booyah bomb, and it's really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, it's it's weird how the tower, there's a lot of vertical motion, for the tower on this particular one, and
Yes.
it always seems like you end up falling off the tower, getting blown off the tower, if you ball around the tower and somebody does a splashdown and knocks you off, right at the wrong time. Is really
Yeah.
how it works. Is really how this
Like,
map seems to work. And I agree. This is this is an odd one in a lot of ways. And again, I think this is the only I had a viewer once explain that it's bilaterally symmetric, versus rotationally symmetric, like most of the maps. And yeah, welcome to the world of math. But it's an
basically,
interesting.
it's not the same.
It
You
is
end
not
up on
the
one side or the other
same.
side.
That's right.
But both sides are the same.
Unless you're a sniper, because remember, all snipers are right-handed. So
That's true, that's true. And I believe on one of the iterations of this map, the box is not on the same side at the top.
that sounds right, actually.
Yeah, if you can see from the top down, the box is on different sides. So I think it gives the left-handed, the people on the left are the, for me it's yellow. They get the advantage because their sniper will have a greater advantage because, again, every Inkling is right-handed.
So we have the Drizzlers in yellow and the houses in cyan. And the tower, we have a little tower push going on right now.
We're seeing two interesting comps here. The Drizzlers opting to not go for a backline again. So they're kind of, they don't have any specials like a Stingray or a Booyah Bomb that effectively stop all pushes from the other side. So they're gonna have to come in strong with their pushes, and that's gonna be really interesting to see.
So we're seeing Kiuya right now in the back. Kiuya getting a couple of splats as the Drizzlers start to work on taking that back. Of course, we're seeing that we're seeing the fizzy bomb coming out there, and here comes some suction bombs from Kiuya.
It looks like Glitchy is going to flank, but not take anyone out, unfortunately. And they pop their armors to go down on the side of the hungry houses, and it's not looking good right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong tower push. No, it's a tower push. This is not a bad 1980s exercise video. So this is Splatoon 2, and it looks like the houses are able to push back a little bit. They did stop that advance. Glitchy managing to find. It looks like it was Kiuya.
I think it was, yeah. And they get 2 picks on the side of the houses.
So we have a good pushback going on right now. They are pushing back. So let's see if the houses can make something of this.
It looks like they're gonna have to clear that plat area, even though there's 3 people there right now. They're gonna have to clear that if they want a safer push. But looks like Mara's gonna push up into them and unfortunately get taken out.
So Glitchy with that splashdown, almost catching Saul in the wake there. Dre with the splat behind the tower. It looks like here comes that push. They are 3 down over on the deadly Drizzlers. So
They effectively cleared that plat, and hopefully they can get past this first, maybe even the second checkpoint.
Definitely. So yeah, we are seeing this move through now. Here comes the second checkpoint. It looks like Glitchy is working on stopping, and ooh, this is dangerous for Glitchy right now.
Oh.
And Kiuya
Dang,
coming in.
Looks like they have the paint and the specials to back up this next push that they're seemingly going for. And Glitchy is gonna be trying to hold them back and gets a pick on Mara, which is pretty crucial.
All right, we are seeing the tower going back to reset. So the Deadly Drizzlers doing a good job of keeping the tower close to their side. Glitchy with a couple of splats here. And there's a third, but yes, finally the bomb taking down Glitchy. Sol's splat bomb ending Glitchy's reign of terror. Here comes the next tower push by the Hungry Houses. Remember, this is a play all three, so even winning one is a good thing in the opening Swiss rounds.
Oh, everyone seems to be going
on
for
the
a
tower
flank here.
And oh my!
Sol takes that tower for him.
There was a splashdown cancellation, and wow, I feel like it's gonna be my streaming career getting canceled one of these days. But and look at that! That was a bubble triple.
Oh my god!
The
What a
Deadly
way to end
Drizzlers! Wow. The Deadly Drizzlers managing to take that tower control round. Yes, the Drizzlers are deadly, but we do have one left in our opening Swiss round for today. And yes, we are coming back to see what the maps are. Yes, so our last match is Blackbelly Skate Park Rainmaker. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah.
I think it's good, but I simply do not.
So, you know, this one to me has always been an interesting match because or an interesting stage because Splatoon, you know, the developers haven't known what to do about it. You know, and this is like the fourth iteration I think there is on it. I think it's actually playable now, but it's you know, because I still remember the keyhole where, you know, they had all of these blocks surrounding the central tower with the Rainmaker way up high, and it was a mess. Now I think it is playable, you know, and there are a couple of good routes to take the Rainmaker, so there's more than one path to the Rainmaker pedestal. So I don't know. It's fun to see, and it can go very fast. It can go very fast.
In my opinion, there are 4 paths that you can take, but only 2 of them are worth it. 2 net you the most points. 1 is just kind of the team. If they're smart, they'll meet you before you can get any meaningful points in usually. But for this map, because I play Splatlings, I don't like this map. It just doesn't bode well for me.
Oh yeah, yeah. As a short range shooter, you know, more in the NZAP support category for myself, it's this one's okay. I kind of know where to go and what to paint, so it's it usually works out okay. But yeah, this is a map though where it can get away from you pretty quickly if you're not careful. So
yeah. It does, and for some reason it's on every single map list you see everywhere, and I just don't know why.
Well, you know, I think it's variety is our answer for that. So so yeah, let's take a quick look and see what we've got going on here. So pretty much a shooter composition on both teams, with Dre coming out with the Tri-Slosher over on the Hungry Houses. So you know, and Sol with that Squeezer, a great weapon if you know how to aim.
Squeezer's one of those weapons that if you're good at it, oh my, you can do anything with it. But if you're not good with it, you just don't have a good time.
So the Deadly Drizzlers, wow, look at this. Kiyoya's got the Rainmaker already and is making that push. Getting those picks with the Rainmaker.
Oh my gosh. That is a very strong push.
Very strong opening push, and you know I think Kyuya was able to stop 3 of the Hungry Houses with Rainmaker blasts, which is pretty crazy. So we've got Dre on the counter push here. Will he be able to get some picks with the Rainmaker? Because it looks like that might be what happens today. Is we're going to see some picks with the Rainmaker, which is always a good thing to see.
Very easy on this map to get caught out by the Rainmaker itself, since the blasts are so huge and there are a lot of choke points. Looks like Mara will be sharking this top part and might get the pick on the Rainmaker. Yes, yes she does. Okay. But looks like they're going to ignore the Rainmaker, and the Rainmaker is gonna go.
Rainmaker is going. The houses are pushing that Rainmaker. And there's only one left, and that looks like it's going to be Dre, and everybody's going to be super jumping into him, see what's happening, but he draws the missiles.
This push is kind of like the clear reason why this path isn't the most optimal, because you see how even though everyone was in mid, they quickly got to the Rainmaker and took out the Rainmaker before the Rainmaker could even really get that many points on the board, which is quite unfortunate.
So we've got 2Z right now covering everything in mid, and it looks like, yes, they're going down half pipe with the Rainmaker.
They're gonna bubble and get lots of paint for Kyuya, but will the blaster be able to take them out? Oh. Looks like they clear out this push very, very quickly.
And right now it's Glitchy with the Rainmaker, taking it right through the mid. Here's that splat bomb, so yes.
Bomb at oh, Glitchy has the Rainmaker, so they can't use that Booyah bomb.
No. Glitchy working on trying to just stay alive there, waiting for respawns. And unfortunately, that did not work out. And yes, it looks like it's 2Z kind of cleaning up the mess in the back for the Hungry Houses. Or no, the Deadly Drizzlers. I've got the wrong colors. I've got the wrong colors. Imagine that. No, the colors are right on stream. They're just wrong in my brain.
Oh, there looks like there's a DC.
There is a DC. It looks like Sol DC.
But they have to play it out because it's
it is a late. It is a late DC.
So will they be able to hold on to this? That's the question. Oh, looks like Mara's trying to find that pick on the Rainmaker and doesn't find it quite yet. But Kyuya gets 2 of them, and everyone on the Hungry Houses goes out. Looks like they're just aiming to just paint up mid and just keep control.
It is a defense situation now. So when you're down by a player, it is now all about defending.
And they have a strong push to... They have a lot of leeway, I should say, for this. But it looks like 2 go down.
So this is a chance right now. This is the chance for the Hungry Houses.
Will they take
and
this
those
game
missiles.
off? And no!
Those missiles.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Here is the overtime. Here's the overtime. They are going to have to stop the Rainmaker now in order to hold. It is now or never. Yes, there is a Splatoon song. Here's that Booyah bomb. This is Kyuya. Was it the save? Was it the save?
Yes, the ends up clutch.
Wow. Wow, the clutch at the end. Fending off in a 3v4 situation.
Oh my god.
That was pretty impressive. That was pretty darn impressive. So yes, that is the end of our opening Swiss round. So this is one of those things that happens. Is occasionally you get those disconnects, and it really was the end of that Rainmaker match was all about defense, and the Deadly Drizzlers were able to pull it off even after losing Saul. Wow.
That
Wow.
that was just impressive. Their teamwork was so good.
We've got Dre in the chat, bruh, GG's, and yeah, yeah, definitely, it was a that was pretty exciting. I mean, it's interesting because I think the matches were maybe a little closer than they looked in some ways. Obviously we did see the Deadly Drizzlers take all three of them, but that Black Belly skate park that could have gone either way. For a while in around the 2 minute mark, it was really anyone's match, and then it really just became defense for the Deadly Drizzlers. They just had to stop that Rainmaker from approaching. But yeah, I think our opening Swiss round though, it may have been a 3-0 for Deadly Drizzlers, but I think behind the scenes it was a lot closer than what it looked.
For sure. Oh my. Oh, that was only round one.
That was only our first set of Swiss rounds. That's right. So
Oh
yeah,
my
we.
gosh.
That's right. And what's interesting. We do have a ton of other matches that are going on right now, and it's. I'm not sure if all of them have reported yet. So I don't know if any. It looks like we
It
do.
looks like two of them haven't quite finished yet.
And of course, the
Um,
match that we cast is not official yet in Smash.gg. I believe exclamation bracket, for those of you that are watching, can get you a link. I'm not sure if DJM set that up beforehand. And yeah, you will occasionally hear me mention our tournament organizers. So our tournament organizers are DJM98 and Lepto Flare. They have been running this thing since the beginning and helping out today in general is Band Kit, and we also have a lot of other staff members that have been added to Off the Dial in the last 3 years. So it's been kind of exciting to see the organization grow. So usually, if you hear me say DJM Lepto, I need your help, that means that we need a rule interpretation or something like that. And Lepto and DJM are kind of the brains behind this operation.
but in the ways of matches, it looks like the mighty Motherships have taken round one off of the Grumpy Grizz, and Broken Buddies have taken the games off of, or yeah, Broken Buddies took off the set from the Jarring Jaws.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and so yeah, we just watched Deadly Drizzlers take Hungry Houses. Mighty Motherships, it looks like, was able to as you mentioned, take over from the Grumpy Grizz. Of course, there are the Flurry Flyfish. I'm gonna end up saying furry flyfish. I don't know why. Against the evil eggs, it looks like the Flurry Flyfish. Thank you so much for making these team names just so that I can mess them up. It looks like the Flurry Flyfish have taken over from the evil eggs. The iconic Inklings beat the chaotic crows. Looks like we're just getting word that the broken buddies have bested the jarring jaws, and the ash archers have gone up over the longing lives. In the buy category, it was the nice knives. Why do you guys do that to us? I mean, really.
I can't really blame anyone but myself for last month because I created most of the names then. But so I'm just kind of having fun. But this time I feel like it could have been worse. You know?
Yeah, it could have been worse. It definitely could have been a little bit worse. So yeah, it is definitely I know that they have a lot of fun with it though. So the alliteration, it can be a lot of fun if you don't have to speak it.
Sure, for sure. And when will the next? Oh, they still haven't reported. Oh, no, they have. Okay. Um, when will round two be out? I wonder.
We are waiting on our next match assignments. So yeah, it's always kind of one of those interesting situations where Swiss scoring is a little different. So to avoid having to do a round robin with 13 teams, which would actually take about 6 or 7 hours, what the Swiss round does is it actually breaks it into 4 different sets. But what's a little different is that you don't know what your next Swiss round is going to be until the previous one has been completed, because it's continually putting teams that are similar and different against each other. So there is a little bit of calculation that goes on in order to figure out what is going on with these Swiss matches. So let's see if we have moved on. We have not yet had the calculations in, but it looks like all of the final results are in for our opening rounds. So we will shortly be switching over to our second Swiss bracket. And our second map list, and I'm gonna switch us over so that we can see what that map list is and kind of get a taste for what's about to happen. Yeah, it's going to be Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal. Oh boy,
I
oh boy.
don't blame me. I don't know why we're seeing Snapper again.
Yeah,
But blame the bot.
yeah, and then we're gonna see the Inkblot Art Academy Splat Zones, which I think is kind of fun, but it's very much like Snapper Canal in terms of Splat Zones, and that there's the big central structure that you kind of have to get around, but it's bigger on Inkblot Art Academy, but I like Inkblot Art Academy better. So
I like Inkblot too. Inkblot's probably my favorite map in the game. So this is gonna be really fun to cast.
Oh, apparently DJM came up with the names this time. But he didn't come up with all of the lovely Splatoon names like Tower Control on Anchovy Games. I actually find Tower Control on Anchovy Games to be interesting too, because of that big vertical rise in there. And hey, you know what, Rose? I think we just got our assignment. We just got our assignment. It's the iconic Inklings and the Flurry Flyfish. So
Ooh,
yes,
you're gonna have fun with that.
I know they're gonna end up being the furry Flyfish by the time I'm done. Yeah, the iconic Inklings. Let me dial them into let me dial them in so we can see what's going on here. So it is.
So Hedgehugger, I see that you're asking if we're still using the Sendo map list, and no, we're not. For this season, I made my own map list because, I don't think TC Wahoo was on the Sendo map list. So I, put it in there. I slid it in with some maps that I personally like, and maps that I think are going to be more fun to commentate and play, you know. So
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to to see who has what map list. What is it? It's there's 23 maps times 4 modes. So what? That's 92 different combinations that you can possibly have, and maybe people like 3. So it's something like that. So waiting. So I am going to let's see. What do we got to do? I'm just double checking something. Okay, yes, I am double checking quite a few different things. It's amazing how many DMs we get while we're streaming this. And it's not just DMs, it's pings. And so I'm trying to sort through all of them so that we can get everyone into where they need to be. So let me ping our and Rose, we never left the room, so we don't have to change the password. Isn't that convenient? Oh no. Okay, so the Flurry Flyfish and the iconic Inklings. There we go. I love typing. All right, so we should hopefully see some folks joining the room soon. But yeah, we're gonna be starting with that Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal. To me, I swear, Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal always seems to end fast. I mean, if you get overwhelmed on this one, some people start
That's true.
splash
That's
downing
true.
in, and they crawl up around your spawn. Yeah, they crawl up. They crawl up there, and, and that's pretty. And then they just start camping you in and splashing down whenever you try and get out. And so the key on this one, at least for me, is to don't let them camp you. So.
Honestly, on this map especially, like it's so easy to bomb pressure from your because the basket is right next to your spawn. It's so easy for you to bomb pressure and just try to clear them out. Like bombs are
Yep.
very, very essential on this map, honestly, because if they're pushing, you throw bombs from above and you shoot at them, and hopefully they kind of clear out. Just try not to drop, because if you do,
Exactly.
it's
If you
dangerous
drop,
to go
yeah,
alone.
it's dropping into the meat grinder down there, and that's not where you really want to be. You don't want to end up being calamari on this particular map. So yeah, it would. I'm sure I'm scaring the people that are joining the lobby because I still had the other map dialed in. I'm sure they didn't want to do that one again. But yes, we are waiting for our teams to join the lobby right now. We have some of the Flyfish coming in, and yeah, it's all happening. So the Flyfish, the Flurry Flyfish, and it looks like we have the iconic Inklings starting to join. Yeah, it's the we'll make sure. Hopefully, I will get everyone on the right team. I've been okay with that lately. I've been okay with that. So. Let's take a quick look at our teams, actually. Let's pop over to the team view. And currently, we've got on the iconic Inklings, it is Blazer, Mihal, Rube, and Kirby. And then on the Flurry Flyfish, it's Elise, Seacant, The Light Jr., and Epic. So, yes, The Light Jr. actually is subbing in, is one of the people who signed up as a sub, and they were needed. So, welcome, welcome. Now you get to play. Now you get to see what this is
We're
all
very
about.
thankful for the people that decide to sub in, because last time we had this many teams, getting subs for every team was very hectic.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's another thing to keep in mind is you might not be able to commit to the practice ahead of it or any of the other things that go on. But if you are interested in checking out Off the Dial, go to otd.inc in your web browser, or whatever method you use to get there on the internet anymore. Who knows? In use curl and just bring it all in. But yeah, it's check it out. We're always looking for signups, always looking for subs, and so once the registration comes up, you might not be able to commit to the whole thing, but certainly think about signing up as a sub. You never know when you might be needed, and sometimes it's the subs that provide some pretty clutch plays that really make the day. So here we go. It is Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal. It's time for me to start dialing everyone in. So we are going to put the Flurry Flyfish on Alpha.
Thankfully, everyone has their tags, so it's
Yes, they all tagged up this time. That helps a lot. It helps a lot, especially when folks are using kanji and well, not kanji, but kana and hiragana in their names, and it makes it so much easier when they have a tag too, because I don't really read Japanese. So here we go, Clamblets on Snapper Canal. Yeah, this is I agree with you 100%, Rose. I think having bombs is a good thing. I think maybe the reason I don't have a good time on Snapper Canal is that sometimes I'm playing weapons that don't have bombs, and point sensors aren't going to get the enemy team away from your basket. So
the last couple times I've played this map mode, I've either played not 47 or I've played heavy remix, so I kind of feel your pain on that one with the whole not having bombs thing.
I think I
It's
was throwing
been rough without
sprinklers.
bombs.
I think I was throwing
Oh my
sprinklers down there at one point, and it just wasn't working. It doesn't work. So
gosh. Yeah, but this map, it's very essential to have bombs, and it's a really interesting map to see because, again, with I talked about this when we when we watched the Splat Zones map, but there's a lot of opportunities to flank, and there's a lot to like look for when you're looking to push.
Yes.
Like, do you want to push like behind through their snipe, or do you want to push through the rail, or do you just want to run up their street? So there's a lot of options that you have that you kind of have to decide within the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly again it's that back route that there is to get into the enemy base, you know, through the over the block is certainly a that makes it very interesting on the defense side because they could be coming from a couple of different directions at that point.
Yes. All right, now getting into the match. Okay. Glugas. Heavy. Ooh, heavy remix. My favorite.
Heavy remix your favorite. So yeah, we are seeing we're seeing pretty decent paint comp, you know, at least going with that squeezer and yes, Mihal with the wow, with the K52, yeah, which is now the aerospray of the game. So we'll see how that works. The 5.4 patch making things interesting.
The 5.4 patch, aka the Nintendo putting the H3 into the grave.
Oh. They're making it so people don't have to aim anymore. Think of it that way. It's
oh, yay! See more end zaps. Love it here. But so, anyway, we're seeing an early armor from the Flurry Flyfish and an attempted push with the power clam by the iconic Inklings. But looks like the Flyfish get a ball in and one clam, which is a good start.
I think I have my colors wrong. I think it's going to be one of those days. So yeah, I think we're going to we'll get this fixed. We will fix this.
All good. If the Inklings want to push, they're gonna have to get more control in mid. Looks like the heavy remix is gonna go and try to. Oh, never mind. They're back on their snipe, and they have a ball now. So hopefully they can get in some paint, get a couple picks, and push it. And they do get their first pick, which is good. Looks like they're gonna be trying to push in from the left here, but Epic is gonna try to stop that push and fails. Oh, looks like they're
oh Blazer just ahead of the Booyah Bomb that would have done the support right there.
Oh,
and yeah, it looks like the Flyfish are oh wow.
Oh, that ball almost went in. That would have been such a clutch play. But
the Flyfish putting a stop to that push. So yeah, still very close. Both teams only able to get, you know, just about a clam and a power clam in. So still very close. But that is the way Clam Blitz works. It can be a very, very defensive.
Gallus gets another ball in, and Seacant will be able to ball her in to hopefully clear some area for the Flyfish to get in more clams.
Here comes some more clams. Flyfish pushing them in.
But it looks like the Inklings will be able to take all of them out before they can get even more of a push in.
So we've got Mihal with that, ooh, Mihal getting hit by those Gloogadoolies from Seacant. Here comes that armor. So yes, let's see what happens. That armor. Like it's always that armor.
Going to have an armor soon again from Light Junior, and they have 2 power clams. So if they can get those couple picks, they'll be set. And looks like they're jumping in.
And that
But
jump, that sacrifice jump was able to get that power clam in, but they were waiting. The iconic Inklings were waiting, and here comes the counter push already being engineered for the iconic Inklings.
unfortunately now, that gave the Inklings 3 balls to work with, so hopefully they'll be able to get in a good push.
They're gonna need to get some picks near the basket and hold down the Flyfish, because at this point, that basket is heavily, that, look at the paint around the Flyfish basket. That is going to be really hard to push into. Here comes Blazer with the ball.
Utilizing the Booyah Bomb.
Oh! That was a stop!
But hard, it was hard stop.
A hard stop.
Oh, Kirby just missed the clams.
Oh. So yeah, Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal. I mean, that's what's gonna happen sometimes. So it is the Flyfish taking the first of our 3 Swiss rounds.
There, you could see how just having more bombs to work with kind of gave the Flyfish more leverage, I guess, because let's be real, curling bombs don't really count that much when you're talking about bomb pressure.
True. That is keeping it real right there. Curling bombs are more about mobility than anything else in a lot of cases. So
because at least burst bombs you can get good chip damage in, but with curling bombs you're usually just using it to get around the map quickly.
exactly, and you know what a lot of people, myself included, tend to forget is if you hold it down longer, it will explode bigger in a shorter radius, but they don't usually get used that way, and there often isn't time to use them that way in the way that most matches play out. So yeah, this was you know, definitely it was the battle of the paint, but now it is the true battle of the paint because it's Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy, and yeah, that's right, it is definitely going to be Inkblot Art Academy Splat Zones. Is that what we're decided? I think so.
I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% confident looking at this stream that it's Inkblot Zones.
I think we're good. So yeah, you know, we were talking about this one earlier, and yeah, definitely it has some similarities to Snapper Canal Zones, but I think it's just so much better. You know,
It's just easier to work with on Inkblot because there's more opportunities for a backline to shine on this map, especially like an E-leader or an X-Flosher. Because if one of those gets on that middle tower and can get those picks as they're coming in, that's GG's right there.
Yep. Very true, very true. And you know, I know that you're a Splatling player, so you know, obviously, you know, there are a lot of things as a backline to like about this map, as far as being able to, as far as places to set up.
Gosh.
So,
like, I play mostly not, so I like to just sit down, like beneath their plat, and then just kind of inkjet up and then take them all out. Like,
oh, you're one of those. You're one of those.
What is that supposed to be?
The inkjet, the evil inkjet. One of
Yes.
That's what that means. All right, here we go. It is that time. It is time for Inkblot Art Academy Splat Zones. That's right. It's Splat Zones. Control the zone.
All right. Ooh, dapples and a roller. Ooh. It looks like they have the paint to support that roller, so this should be a very interesting match.
It looks looks like we only have one sniper, and that's over on the iconic Inklings. So we will see how that works out.
This is able to find 2 picks already. Gets taken out by the Charger, unfortunately. But that is a very nice start for the Flyfish over here. And it looks like they're trying to get that paint. Oh, looks like the bomb rush
Here
is
comes the
coming
bomb
out
rush.
on the side of the iconic Inkling. And
It was
will
enough
it
to
cap
stop
the zone?
control. Will they be able to get the zone?
They have
That's the
2 down.
question.
They have 3 down. As long as they can take care of Epic, I think it'll be good.
So the iconic Inklings taking the zone there.
It's good that they at least got that penalty.
They did.
It's good that they got at least a little bit more time to work with. Even if they didn't fully... Oh, they might have another... Oh, their push continues.
The push continues. Yeah, the zone did neutralize briefly. So it's you know, sometimes you just need to neutralize that zone in order to prevent the push. But it looks like we do have the iconic Inklings moving up, and they are starting to pin the Flyfish into their zone. But yes, they got out. Here comes those bubbles.
Oh, the
Just what we
bubbles.
don't want. The cursed bubbles.
Ooh, will Root be able to take out the Squeezer? Squeezer Charger 1v1?
So there is the lead change. Iconic Inklings getting that lead. Wow, this is just kind of a mess in the zone right now.
You know, sometimes it's very crucial to just leave the 1v1 and go cap the zone.
It's amazing how often people forget that.
Because, I mean, at least in my experience, solo queue players don't understand that very much. I promise you that Roller is not going to cap the zone by itself.
We've got C-Camp working really hard.
Oh
but
my gosh, and
wow,
the timer's already over.
The timer's out. The timer's out.
This is one of those maps where
Inklings.
you can get half of the zone, at least it looks like it, and then you just don't get the neutralize, and that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, the zone is bigger than it looks is really kind of what it boils down to. So we are moving on to our final map and mode, which is Anchovy Games on tower control. So yeah, you know, that kind of getting back to what we were talking about with Inkblot Art Academy, definitely true that that zone is bigger than it looks. You know, it's really hard to solo cap that zone. You really need to have 2 people to do it.
Really easy to play Ring Around the Rosie with another person on the enemy team trying to cap the zone.
That's exactly, you know, that's exactly right, and that happens a lot more, I think, than people realize. So, especially just because of the way you can set up on that particular map, you know, on the various areas of the stage. So it's certainly an interesting situation. So we are now ready for tower control on Anchovy Games. We're all tied up in this Swiss round. Remember, it is play all 3. It is not best of 3. It is play all 3, and you know, every win counts in determining the final Swiss scores and who our top 4 are going to be in today's top cut. So
sometimes taking a game off that one team could mean that you make top cut and another team doesn't.
Exactly.
So it's very crucial to at least try your best on every single map so you can take maybe even that one game off.
Yep, it is so important in Swiss. I've already been in tournaments where they've done the Swiss wrong, and that's always kind of interesting. Where the calculation, you know, it's like, well, they just did best of 3 or best of 5 or whatever instead of play all 5, and that actually gets you a different result. It gets you a different result in some cases where you might have gone, you know, you might have lost 3-2, and somebody with 3-0, you know, made it through and you didn't, or you know, other things like, you know, or the win 0-3 actually won. So you know, it's weird. It's weird when you do it wrong.
I don't think I've ever personally played a tournament where the Swiss rounds were best of or play all 5, because I feel like that's just a little too long.
I think it would be very long for Swiss. Yeah, I think it would be a long time for Swiss, but yeah, it does change the scoring because there's a score for each game that you win and a score for each set that you win. So it's kind of interesting how that works. So we are ready to go here. That's right. It is the iconic Inklings facing off against the Flurry Flyfish. It is 1-1 right now. Let's see.
Talk at all about Ancho Tower. I feel like this is a very standard map for tower control. Except for the fact that it's not one of those maps where Stingray is absolutely needed. And it looks like we're gonna be seeing a Nautilus on the side of the iconic Inklings, which pleases me greatly.
Nautilus and an E-Leader. So yeah, we got good times ahead.
Going heavy on that on the long range might be a good idea against the Flurry Flyfish, because they typically do play shorter range weapons. And that might give them the edge over during this game. And looks like the bubbles are gonna come out, but looks like they're gonna get shredded, maybe? And I think Alice is gonna get taken out. Yep. And that first armor's coming out, or maybe second. It looks like Blazer has a second armor ready for their team.
We are currently seeing that that push by the iconic Inklings. Oh boy, I didn't think I was going to say iconic run. We do have the Flurry Flyfish currently taking that back, and yeah, there's that snipe, that E-Leader snipe coming in. Yeah, it is just pandemonium in the back.
They'll be able to take out everyone on the Flurry Flyfish and probably get a pretty good push in here, as the iconic Inklings filter into mid, and if they can keep this control and possibly get onto the Flyfish's flat, then that spells a pretty good push in my opinion.
So currently they are continuing to push it, and they are able to clear through that checkpoint, which is going to be critical, I think, as this match goes on. There is a return push right now coming in from Flyfish able to maintain an awful lot of paint. Well, I mean, just take a look at the paint on the map right now.
The middle of the map is completely painted, and they do have an armor at the ready, which is great.
So they get to within 1 point of taking the lead.
Oh my god. That 1 point.
That 1 point. We've got Elise with that squeezer action. Squeezer is the longest range weapon, I think, on this particular team.
Yes, it sure is, and it would benefit them to stay back a little, but they are insistent on pushing up and trying to get those picks.
So the Flyfish are pushing in, and yeah, Epic pushing the tower as far as possible until finally going down.
Out and just denying any entry to the Flyfish, but they do have the lead right now, so we'll see how this goes. The Inklings do have two inkjets at the ready and a bubble again, so they might be able to have a really strong push here.
And they are continuing to push the tower. It looks like they've got 3 on the tower, 2 on the tower right now, but they have maximum personnel on that tower. And here comes that lead. They used as much the Inklings with enough personnel on the tower to push that tower very quickly and make it that much harder for the slightly shorter range firing of the Flyfish to push back in.
The Flyfish, with their high paint comp, are able to get mid very quickly, and this might spell the lead for them. But they go 3 down, so that might not be the case. This game is a 6-point difference. It can still go either way, in my opinion.
It really could. I mean, overtime is a thing, and we will have to see the Flyfish push it into overtime at this point. They won't be able to get there in 10 seconds. But we will see what happens. They are pushing right now. They are super jumping to the tower. They're chain jumping in as much as they can. Light Jr. is on the tower. Manages to get that pick on Kirby. Manages to get the pick on Blazer. There is that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
What is that?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Wow. The Flurry Flyfish coming from behind. Wow. You know, okay, that's what I love to see. You know, that is exactly what I love to see. That's what I love to see in this tournament is when, you know, it's looking like the chips are down, but the Flurry Flyfish able to get that last second push in there, engineer the push, stay on the tower, getting all the picks. That is what makes Splatoon so much fun to watch. And why I'm such a bad player. But
you know, it was the Light Jr. Getting on that tower at like 5 seconds on the clock and getting those jumps in that kind of saved that game.
Absolutely. Yeah,
gosh.
They were jumping at exactly the right time in order to get onto that tower. And you know, the chain jumping in, you know, that you get splatted, you jump back to the tower, jump back to who's back on the tower. And they were able to get enough personnel on that tower in order to push it forward. And you know, those picks, they were so critical. They were so critical at that point. And all the picks that needed to be made were made. I mean, that was great. That was amazing. So, wow. Wow. All right, so we currently are waiting on some of our other matches here. Let's take a look and see what's going on. It looks like it wouldn't surprise me if we're the slow one, because usually you know, you and I will talk, and of course that eats up plenty of time, more so than a normal scrum.
Only two matches have finished.
Yes, it does.
Looks like the Broken Buddies have taken the win over the Mighty Motherships. They are on their third game. The other matches don't seem to be finished. Oh, the Jarring Jaws took a 3-0 victory over the Grumpy Grizz. And in the match that had finished, the Evil Eggs did take their win over
the Nice Knives.
The Nice Knives.
Wow.
It reported weirdly. I'm confused.
You know how this alliteration works. I don't know. So but yeah, it looks like, yeah, we're waiting on Chaotic Crow. At least what I'm seeing in Smash.gg is waiting on Chaotic Crows and Hungry Houses, Deadly Drizzlers and Ash Archers.
Finished, actually. Chaotic Crows just finished. Chaotic Crows took the game over Hungry Houses.
There it is.
Oh. Just keep reloading my page so that I can see if any other matches finish.
I think it reloads like every minute if you just leave it up. But yeah, I know that they're all coming to an end shortly, so it's good stuff coming up. But yeah, hopefully we will have some results very soon for the Deadly Drizzlers and those Ash Archers. And I think you said the Broken Buddies were up over the Mighty Motherships, or did I get that backwards?
Yes, they were.
Oh, yep, they are
and it doesn't
up.
Look like they finished their third game yet.
They're still working on it. And remember, for those of you that are watching or playing, it is play all three in the opening Swiss. So hopefully that makes sense.
Play all three of your games.
Make sure you play all three, even if you're down 0-2 and you feel like you're getting you're having a rough time. That last game actually matters a lot, and it could matter a lot for you. And because it does affect how the seeding works in the next set of rounds and how the finals get determined. So very important to do all three.
I didn't say this before, but that last round that you won and another enemy another team might have lost all three. That could mean finals.
It could. It absolutely could. That that could totally mean it. And yeah, it really is a big deal to get all three of them in for that for that reason. So yeah, we are waiting on our final results coming in. It looks like they're all in now. It looks like all of
Yes,
the results are
they
in.
are. The Deadly Drizzlers did take the match over the Ash Archers. And we should be seeing our next assignment soon.
While we wait for that assignment, let me bring up what our Swiss round 3 is going to look
Ooh,
like.
what are my...
What are our maps? Swiss round 3.
It looks like Rainmaker, Camp Triggerfish, another kind of... How should I say? Oh, brain fart. What's the word? Controversial. Controversial map mode.
Controversial, yes, yeah, you know, yeah. Rainmaker Camp Triggerfish, yeah, controversial is probably
Triggerfish is just a controversial map in general. Don't
yeah.
worry, I didn't put tower control on there. I know everyone hates that map mode. So do I. Clamblitz Muscle Forge and Zones Wahoo. Zones Wahoo is pretty infamous for being just wow, one of those kind of meme map modes, as well as like tower control Wahoo.
So yeah, I mean
But
it's true. I mean Wahoo zones. My joke that I always, you know, and I don't know if it's a joke because I actually think it's true. The way that you cap a zone is you cover the corners. There are no corners on the Wahoo World zone. It's circular. So how do you cap the zone when you don't have a corner?
throw a booyah. You
That's pretty
throw a
much it.
booyah. You
Spat the
throw a
splashdown in the middle.
splashdown.
Maybe a baller in the middle if you can get enough range
I don't
off
think
of it.
baller in the middle caps it.
I don't
Or
think it does. I think it's
I think
too.
it simply neutralizes it
Yeah.
if you're lucky.
I am going to. We have our assignment. Our
Yeah.
assignment is the evil eggs, and of course,
The mighty,
the mighty
mothership.
mothership. Why is it not taking this? All right. I think they know the pass already, but I'm going to tell them the pass again. Yes, because
Okay,
we
there we go.
have not left the room. But yeah, we will be. Let me get them dialed up on the stream as well, so that we can see a little bit about the evil eggs and the mighty motherships. This seems very Grizzco to me. Although I don't know about the houses. I don't know why the.
I don't know about the archers. The
You know, that's a Splatoon
buddies.
3 thing. I think that's a Splatoon 3 thing. So
Oh, then this might be like kind of like Splatoon 3 and Grizzco
maybe. I mean, I don't think there's ever been
related.
13 teams
I don't
before.
know.
So
DJM, if you're listening, can you confirm what the theme is? Um, but on these teams, it looks like the evil eggs. There is Lutz, Demi, Echo, and Kydro. And on the who's the other? The Mighty Motherships, right?
the mighty motherships. It's Lunar, Elistar, or Zelistar.
Disobeyed.
Elistar. I wasn't quite sure how to pronounce that one when I saw it. So and I think I think Elix is what they're using in game. So the X must be important. So I left it. I made sure I put that in there. Disobeyed and oven goats. So we are currently waiting on the mighty motherships to join in, and they are on their way in at this point.
Don't be scared. Just play the game like you would normally do. It's It's gonna be fine.
It's always fine. It's always fine, you know. And actually, this is a great place too if you are thinking about getting into the competitive scene, or just want to play in a competitive type of tournament. This is a great place to go to just find out what it's like playing with other people, you know, on your team, and seeing how it goes. Because you know, it doesn't matter what rank you are or what your skill set is. The Off the Dial crew will find a place for you in this tournament. So I think that's important to know. So you know, if you're new to the game, I know a lot of people that are really skilled at this game that, you know, maybe took a year or two off, or, you know, had to delete their save file or whatever, and you know, they come back and they're amazing players. And I think you know, some people just have a natural knack for this, and certainly this is a great tournament to have this. So let's get things set up. So Rainmaker on Camp Triggerfish to start it out is the Evil Eggs and the Mighty Motherships. It looks like we have everybody that we need. So let's and they tagged up. That makes life so much easier.
So much easier.
So much easier.
Just talking about Rainmaker Camp, it's not my favorite. I don't really like it that much. I don't think Camp is the best map in the world. And I think many people share that sentiment with me.
You know, I think Camp, I think I like Camp better in Splatoon 1 actually, than I do in Splatoon 2, and I think it's just different in Splatoon 2. And one of my favorite matches I've ever played was Splat Zones on Camp Triggerfish, and it was at Smash and Splash 4, which was just coming up on 3 years ago now.
I honestly did not play that much ranked in Splatoon 1, so I don't really know how the maps changed, but I do remember that on Camp Triggerfish, the top right and top left part on the enemy side, that was more of a hallway instead of like an open area.
It was no
rail.
Yep.
And there was no rail to the other side, which I think the rail was a nice addition, honestly.
The rail is a good way to get around. Yeah, that's for sure. I think that is a good addition. The sponge is also, you know, kind of a different addition to this as well.
Okay, getting into the match now.
Yes. Time to make it rain. It is Rainmaker as we open Swiss round 3 here on Off the Dial. It's dangerous to go alone.
Ooh, we're seeing the Mighty Motherships with a GooTuber.
A GooTuber? Did I hear that right?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You absolutely heard that right. And they're going to take it on the left side. They are just getting pick after pick.
Wow, the Mighty Motherships. Yeah, Lunar just pushing that Rainmaker, kind of taking it up there, but Oven with the GooTuber stopping the Rainmaker push. Oh my god, it's another GooTuber hit. Maybe the GooTuber isn't as bad. Isn't as what?
What?
Oven is just stopping it.
Wait a second. Who allowed that?
Oh, I think we might. I think Oven is gonna make us eat our smirks. It's
the most cracked GooTuber in the world, because I don't think there are many GooTuber players, but.
Wow, that Stingray making a mess there. Ooh, Demi with, oh, look at that. That is a here comes the splashdown, but yeah, look at the roller stops there.
Looks like Demi's going on their left to make a path for the Rainmaker for a potential push. But the Mighty Motherships will just take it again. But the Stingray is going to get them. No surprise there. And they go 3 down. Taking it down mid is the best decision right now. It nets them the most points, and they take the lead.
They do get the lead. Let's see, running it across that grate. Ooh, and yes, disobeyed right there with the sploosh.
like
putting a
Demi's
stop
making
to
the
it.
right decision and backing out, kind of sharking by their zone to hopefully maybe get a pick or two and getting jumps in as well. Looks like Echo is going to be taken out by the Rainmaker. And let's see, hopefully going to find that pick on the Rainmaker? Yes, they will.
Demi going for that splat, and it looks like a little bit of assistance there. And here comes Disobeyed with that hammer.
But it gets canceled out. We got another Rainmaker push into the teens. But on this map, if you get like a wipe, that could mean the end of the game.
It's very true. So there is a bit of a trade going on right there. So Demi with that roller making some trouble.
Looks like they're making a good path for the Rainmaker on their left side. And Disobeyed will just kind of shark there, waiting for the Rainmaker. Pulls out a stamp and throws it, but unfortunately doesn't find the pick on the Rainmaker quite yet.
So Demi finding Disobeyed there in the ink, and Rainmaker is still alive. Demi trading. No, it wasn't a trade. It was GooTuber time. It was Oven making the trouble with that inkjet. At least I think that's what I was seeing. I'm not as familiar with the kits on the GooTuber. I wonder why.
That who is it? That Oven is playing has curling bombs and inkjets, so
that
it's
would
a
do
pretty
it.
aggressive set. And for Oven's playstyle, I think it fits perfectly.
I think so too.
Because he's able to find those picks on the other team, which is very helpful and very crucial for that set to work out. Looks like Lutzy will take the Rainmaker, but unfortunately get him and their teammates, plural now, taken out, and they're going to take it down
So
mid.
Lunar's gonna push it hard. Hydro is right there though to stop that push, and yeah, you can see the ink just kind of making some trouble here.
And it looks like this is gonna have to be their last push.
And
Oven takes
here
it,
comes
and will
Oven
that be a
takes it.
DG Ray?
I don't know.
It
It
will
looks like it's
not.
been stopped. So Oven is going to push it. Oh, Oven taking it for a run, but not quite able to get away. That is going to be the Evil Eggs taking that round. But some pretty cracked GooTuber playing.
Well, I guess the curse of the GooTuber still rings true.
Oh my, yes, indeed it does. And yeah, the curse of me not hitting the right buttons is also starting to come into play here. So we are coming up next, and it is Muscle Forge Fitness. Yes, Clam Blitz on Muscle Forge Fitness. Oh boy. This is going to be exciting. I don't know. It always seems that Clam Blitz on this particular stage, you know, you've got the ramp to get or the grate to get across, and you've got a couple other routes that you can take in, but it always seems like it's just a mess to me. I think this is the very
on this
first
map are either huge or they're one clam and the team gets wiped.
Yeah, that's kind of it. And, you know, I think the very first time I played Clam Blitz, when they released the mode, was on this stage. And I just remember thinking, what the heck am I even doing? So it was kind of interesting when it first came out. And, yeah, this is going to be interesting for sure. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if there's going to be an imbalance in the teams. You know, or if we're going to see an imbalance based on weapon choices, you know, on this particular map and mode.
map actually, like, it's a very tight map for Clam Blitz in my opinion, because the baskets are fairly close to each other, and they're also fairly close to their spawns.
Yes.
So this is just like Snapper Canal. This map is, if you have bombs, it's easy to clear out people, and especially like bubbles are really good on this map as well because it allows you to walk on those grates without pressure from the enemy team coming from under their basket. And there's just a lot of things that you can do on this map to make it easier for you to push and make that huge push that's very known on this map.
All right, our players have locked down. It is that time. Yeah, the time we've all been waiting for. Muscle Forge Fitness Clam Blitz. It is the second match of our third Swiss round. Here we go. It is the Evil Eggs facing against the Mighty Motherships.
It looks like the Mighty Motherships are going for those bubbles. And it looks like the Evil Eggs are going for those baller pushes. Both pushes pretty reliable, although baller pushes now aren't seen as much. But the Booyah Bomb that the Mighty Motherships have with their K-52 is going to allow them to clear out the enemy basket or even their own basket really well. And it looks like we're seeing our first Stingray coming out from Woods.
Lunar throwing that Booyah Bomb. Looking to try and catch Demi there, and it was kind of a team effort to stop Demi with that roller. And here comes the bubbles coming across.
Those bridge bubbles, you gotta expect them. But
They were a little bit early.
They don't do the Motherships that good.
Lunar trying to get it across, but just Lutzy with that defense down there from the trench. And wow, look at that. The fall off hitting Disobeyed from that custom jet squelcher.
Oh no. Now people are gonna be looking for C-Jet fall off clips. Oh god.
Yeah, look out, look out. You know, and actually fall off on this particular map in the trench, it you know, with that ramp and that sloping ramp, it is possible to get it somewhat easily.
Looks like the Motherships are going to find another ball here, but the Evil Eggs also have a ball here, which they're probably going to push with. But it looks like the Motherships do have their basket on lock from the front, and only Oven is kind of keeping that right side locked down.
Wow, Lutzy getting that splat on Oven. And Disobeyed there. So Echo with the ball right now. It is kind of a very defensive map. We haven't had any scores and we're about halfway through. It has been back and forth, kind of like what we were expecting.
It's really hard to find a push on this map, but if you do, it either becomes very good or not good at all. So hopefully one of these teams will be able to find that very good push to kind of just hang back and play defense the rest of the game. And honestly, with this map, it's not uncommon to find yourself in that situation where you're going into the 3-minute clam overtime.
It is the longest overtime in all of the modes for Clam Blitz, so yes, very true. And it looks like here comes the push. Here's the push we've been looking for. The Evil Eggs getting that clam in, getting in some smaller clams. We got Demi pushing another 6 small clams, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hydra gets those couple clams in, which are really clutch, and even though they're 3 down right now, they still have a decent amount of control in mid. Oh, there goes that last person. And it looks like they're gonna lose that control that they had.
So we had a really strong push there by the Evil Eggs. Motherships working on their return. And Disobeyed getting stopped on the way up the ramp to the basket. Oven trying to get through, but Demi there with the roller. Splat you, and that is the trade.
Does not succeed.
The evil eggs.
Looks like Oven saved the ball.
Oven able to save it, going up the, grinding up the rail. Oven coming from behind.
Looks like Echo's in the trench, kind of just painting.
Oh, Oven just a little too far to throw it, but it looks like Lunar's going to get it in. Here comes the bubbles.
And the bubbles. Oh, they get a pretty decent push in for just being that one person.
That, you know,
it doesn't look like they'll be able to get any more clams in.
I don't think they will. We only have 13 seconds left. The Motherships.
Looks like.
Ooh. Super jump coming in. Super jump coming in. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Alex trying to get out.
Doesn't have a clam, and looks like that's the end of that.
That is going to be the end of that, but that almost went a completely different way.
If I feel like if Disobeyed had turned around and tried to get those picks on the people coming behind them, maybe the outcome would have been a little bit different, but unfortunately they didn't see the flanks. And that's that's the game for the evil eggs, isn't it?
Well, remember, this is play all three. So, yeah, the evil eggs did take that one. So the evil eggs did take the second match. So they are up 2-0. So it is time to see, will there be a Mothership redemption as we do splat zones on the circular zone? Yeah, it's circular, all right. It is the Wahoo World Splat Zone. Yeah, everybody, no corners that you can cap here. You have to take out the whole thing. So let's see what happens on this. But yeah, that last clam blitz, yeah, Mothership's almost able to engineer that one as a heck of a comeback, but there weren't enough personnel alive to actually make it work out. If they would have had one more player that was still up, I think they could have actually reversed that.
All right, Zones Wahoo. This is a very memey map for me because at least in this server and in this tournament organization, I feel like Wahoo, TC Wahoo has a special place in all of our hearts. But we didn't get to play it last season, which was kind of a bummer.
Oh.
But at least I got Splat Zones Wahoo on the map list this month.
There you go. It's interesting because Lepto did put a friendly reminder in the chat a little while ago that you were responsible for the map list this time, and so all of your complaints are against yourself. But that would be Lepto.
I'm not complaining. I think this map list is fine.
I actually like Splat Zones on Wahoo World. I complain about the circular zone because there's no corners to cap, but I actually find this to be a fun Splat Zones map for a lot of different reasons. I mean, there are some good flank routes that you can do on this, and there are some good ways to surprise the enemy team. I think this is actually a lot of fun. This is a fun map and a fun mode.
It's also one of those maps that has a lot of clutch potential. Like, I know that I've especially seen and done a lot of games on this map where the enemy got it down to like 10 or 8 or something, and somehow the other team will be able to split by and get past that. So as long as you camp that zone on this map, you pretty much win.
Yeah, very, very true. And again, you've got a couple of different routes that you can take to camp it. So here comes the Tentabrella. Tentabrella actually a good choice on this particular map. It can definitely hold off the other team and do a lot of painting in that circular zone that I love to point out every time.
But here, honestly, it's very surprising to see a Dynamo on this map, because it can paint that zone, but it can also get just completely nuked by another by that Exposure especially. Like, if anything comes near it, it's pretty much dead.
Well, there's the
A very
baller
good
that
solution.
managed to cap the zone, but it was already mostly covered, so it wasn't a solo baller push into there. But oh, wait a minute, that was a Dynamo taking down that Inkjet. Oh, Demi with the Dynamo.
Getting that sick double to get the zone again. And it looks like Disobeyed is gonna go down.
So
10
yeah,
does not bode well when it's being rushed by 3 people. You can't defend against everything.
there's the Booyah in the middle. Not enough to neutralize. They are able to, the eggs are able to get enough paint back over that Booyah bomb right away. Here comes Disobeyed with the baller push. There's the explosion that we're waiting for. And Demi though, that is going to be rough for the Mothership as they all go down and they're all in respawn right now. Lunar kind of saying, "Oh no, this is rough." But Lunar with, of course, the new arrow spray, also known as the 52 gal.
And it looks like Lunar's gonna try to cap the zone by themselves, which Booyah Bomb doesn't even neutralize the zone on its own, which is a really big thing to remember when you're using it, especially on this map, because the zone is just too big.
The zone,
I know.
It's circular and it's large, so very true. Here comes the baller. And the baller gets broken. Super jumps, but yeah, it looks like
that will be a win for the evil eggs.
The evil eggs are pulling out the evil card today. And that is definitely gonna be rough. So the evil eggs taking the third match of the set. That is going to send this Swiss round 3 to the evil eggs completely. So it was Lutzi, Demi. See, Demi's already evil. So I guess it was the right team for Demi. Echo and Kydro facing off against Lunar, Alex, Disobeyed, and Oven Goats. So yeah, we saw some pretty good plays, but it looks like there was a little more cohesion in the evil eggs as far as how their teamwork was working out in this set. So I don't know, what was your opinion of what did you see that kind of stood out in your mind, Rose?
I was really impressed by both teams' special coordination. I know in that last game on the Wahoo game, I did see the baller and the bubbles coming in together, and that helped them cap the zone, but unfortunately, they weren't able to stay alive long enough to capitalize on that push. And both, not both team, maybe both teams, but I know at least the Motherships did have those stray Booyah bombs that just didn't really affect the game that much because the Wahoo zone might be circular and the Booyah bomb might be circular, but that doesn't mean they go together.
No, they don't. The Booyah Bomb coverage, it really isn't as great as it might seem. Now, the damage that it inflicts is pretty heavy, but the coverage that it inflicts usually isn't. So it's kind of an interesting special in terms of that. It's not like the old Ink Strike, for example, where it actually did a pretty good job of coverage. So, but yeah, I think what we did see in that particular map is just how difficult that zone can be to neutralize and to cap, and in some ways how easy it is to maintain. And I think the evil eggs were able to maintain that control a lot more easily with their composition than the mighty Motherships were able to neutralize.
On that map especially, the ability to camp the zone, it just goes to show that you really don't have to push up into the enemy base and spawn camp them to death to win a good knockout match on that map.
Yeah.
It's really, really important to just stay back, shark, get those picks, and just deny them specials and paint. that they need to push back in. But on the other matches, it looks like the Ash Archers have taken their games over the Flurry Flyfish
You're gonna get it, man.
3-0, and the Jarring Jaws have taken their games over the iconic Inklings 3-0. But I think the other sets are still going on
I believe
with
the other
round
sets
2.
are still going on. A bye this time for Grumpy Grizz, as we wait for more results to trickle in on It's Dangerous to Go Alone number 21. It's kind of shy. I haven't been with the Off the Dial organization since the beginning. I actually was brought in maybe 2 years ago, year and a half, something like that. Time flies when you're playing Splatoon. That's all I can say. And and so I don't even know. And you throw a pandemic in there, and who knows what day or month or year it is anymore. But
It's 2020, right?
no, it's 2021. I think the calendar changed a couple months ago. So
It did? Oh my god, just looking at it, in 2 weeks, we would have been in quarantine for a whole year. That's really
yeah,
crazy to think about.
yeah. For me, it's always interesting because the beginning of March, I usually go to Washington D.C., and this year I'm not going to Washington D.C. So I won't be in D.C. For the first time in, well, since 2000, since the Clinton administration. So that's how long it's been. I always have an event that I go to
think
in
you're old.
DC. I am old. You do forget that I'm old. I'm very old, so I've been around for a while. And I am not. And actually, there are people that have been playing Splatoon longer than I have. I was not a day and date person to get the first game. I did not get Splatoon 1 until December of 2015. I actually saw my some relatives playing it, and I'm like, I need to get that. That looks like fun, and I did, and then I did get Splatoon 2 on the day it released. Although downloading it, I don't know if you had that experience, but trying to actually buy it the day that it released and download it, it crashed the credit card system that Nintendo was using.
Oh my gosh, really?
It was
Oh,
bad. It was
wow.
bad. And so I had a couple of friends that were able to get in and play, but it was like maybe 2 or 3 hours after the release time that I was able to finally download it. And yeah, it was it kind of like broke the Nintendo servers how popular it was. And something similar happened, I believe, when Octo Expansion was released, where it just overwhelmed the servers because everybody wanted to get
I
it.
mean,
So
everyone remembers when I think the first time Smash was released, I believe
oh,
it crashed the servers.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And I do remember for a fact, because I was there when Joker was released on in
Oh
Smash,
yeah. Yep.
that crashed the server. And I have a funny story about that. Actually, the day that Joker was released, I was going to New York City for the first, not for the first time, but for like the first time in a while.
Yeah.
And I played I played Smash by myself, of course, because I was in an airplane, and I fell in love with the character so much during
Yep.
that, and it was just a great time. When Joker was released, that was the peak.
See, I never thought I would play Smash. My viewers convinced me when Smash Ultimate came out to get it because they're like, this is gonna be a lot of fun. You're gonna have a lot of fun. And I had never played a Smash game before ever. So you've got people that grew up playing Smash games, and then I had
I
never
grew up playing
touched one.
Smash.
See, and and so they get me.
I was never good at it. I will never say that I was
Well, I'll
never good
tell
at
you,
it,
I'm not any
but
good at it, but I have
it's
a lot of
okay.
fun with it. I have a lot of fun with it, and I have interestingly enough, I've done a few Splatoon lands, and so I've done Smash and Splash 4, Smash and Splash 5. It was oh my god, the one in Seattle. Don't Park on the Grass in 2018, and also G7 last year out in Oakland, and one of the fun thing, and also I did a local meetup down in Chicago with the crew that's down there, and one of the fun things about it is that I've learned about the Splatoon community is a lot of them play Smash on the side. And so, if you're tired of playing Splatoon all the time, you go back up to the hotel room and you play Smash with your friends, and it works out okay. And it's actually a blast because you don't really have to worry about too much networking when it comes to playing. Because you can have both players playing on the same game, in Smash. So it can be a lot of fun. So it seems to be that is the winding down and having a good time game in the at least in the
I'm,
Splatoon LAN community. So
I'm actually like really surprised when you said that that Splatoon originally crashed the credit card system that Nintendo had, because I didn't play Splatoon until 26. It was released in 2015, right?
it was released in May of 2015, and yeah, I got it after Christmas. I was a Christmas noob for that game. So
I got it. I think I got it in like, well, I inherited it because my older brother had the game, and then he got bored of it and tired of it, and he didn't really like it. So our Wii U kind of was just collecting dust, as every Wii U was at the time. and
yeah, you're not wrong.
and I kind of just picked up the game, and I was like, I kind of just fell in love with it.
Yeah, I did
Like,
too. Yeah, I
and the
never
only
thought.
reason I got a Switch was to get Splatoon 2, but I didn't get Splatoon 2 on release because they didn't have it at the Best Buy I was at. So I ended up
Oh,
getting Xenoblade instead, and I got Splatoon 2 about, I would say, like 5 or 6 months after its release. So I
okay,
missed a lot of
okay,
Splatfest. I played like two of them, and then I got bored of the game, and then I picked it back up in like 2018,
okay.
late 2018,
Yeah, sure.
or early 2019 even. I think I picked it back up during the Waffles versus Pancakes Splatfest, which happened on my birthday.
I remember that Splatfest because I was on Team Waffles and I bought a waffle iron just so I could make waffles before the
Oh my
Splatfest.
gosh.
I decided
Oh my
I decided
gosh.
I was gonna go all out and make waffles for the Splatfest, and so I did. Because I like pancakes. I really do like pancakes, but I do prefer waffles if I'm given the choice. If they're fresh waffles, not if they're freezer waffles that came out of the
Waffles
freezer.
are great. I love waffles personally more than pancakes because I think pancakes are a little bit too thick for me.
Okay. Yeah, no, I can see that.
So, just like personally, like I don't like a stack of pancakes, because it just doesn't soak up the syrup as well as waffles do, in my opinion.
I think
And
it depends on
also
how you make
during
them,
that,
but
and I think during Splatfest, I was really in that Persona 5 phase. So pancakes weren't really the best topic for me. If you've played that game, you know what I'm talking about.
I haven't. I know a lot of people that are huge Persona fans, and so when Joker was released for Smash, I'm like, who's this guy? It's Bayonetta's son, right? No, no, it's not.
So surprised when Joker was released because I just didn't think a lot of people who would be Nintendo fans would just know Joker, because especially since I think he was the first DLC to be released.
Yeah, I believe he was.
So
So other
being
than
the but other
Piranha
than
Plant, but
Piranha Plant, who was free with if you bought Smash within that time frame. But yeah, I just didn't expect it at all. And even with the recent release of Pyra and Mythra, I didn't expect that at all, because I'm like,
no.
people like this game? There are people that like the same game that I like?
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I think when Minecraft Steve came out, that was
I think
something else.
that was a meme. That
It
was
kind
just
of
a meme.
was. It kind of was, but I
A
like
meme that
Min
lives.
Min is a fighter I've actually enjoyed. I have Arms, but I've never really played it. I mean, I think I played like 3 hours. I played more on the Arms demo than I did on the actual purchase
Oh
game.
my gosh.
Yeah, because I ended up going right into Splatoon 2, and Arms was kind of that. The release schedule was okay. You're going to get Mario Kart 8, then it's going to be Arms, then it's going to be Splatoon 2, and of course before that was Breath of the Wild, and so I was either playing Breath of the Wild or Splatoon 2, and I never really found time for Arms in the middle of that, and so but Min Min as a fighter in Smash Ultimate, I actually find to be a lot of fun. So
So as for the sets, I think most of them have finished up by now,
I believe they
and
have.
the Deadly Drizzlers do take their set over the Broken Buddies 2-1. Um, oh, s the next set just came out. The Longing
Yes.
Lives took their set over the Chaotic Crows 2-1. And I don't know if we talked about this, but the Hungry Houses did take their set over the Nice Knives. I don't know if we talked about that one or
I
not.
think we might. I think we might have, but yeah, it looks like we are moving on to Swiss round 4. We are waiting for our match assignment. It looks like Bandkid is actually taking care of putting that in the chat right now, so we will get our match assignment shortly, and we will
Haven't
see.
changed the password at all.
We haven't had to leave the lobby. I will say this. I have been very impressed with all of the players in this particular tournament that we've hosted so far on stream because they left after their matches were over. Rather than sticking around
Consider
forever. I mean, that's amazing when that happens. I'm always happy when that happens. So and we haven't had too many. I don't think we've had anyone else in here. All right, it looks like I have been pinged, probably to shut me up,
and Buddies
as
and the
usual.
Ash Archers that are going to be facing off today. And I think every single round we have seen someone new. So we
Yeah,
did get 8 different teams. I think that was our goal, right?
that was our goal. With 13 teams signed up. It's obviously kind of a in the Swiss rounds, we're by default not going to be able to get 5 of them in. So DJM and Lepto have been working hard to make sure that we get as much exposure for everybody as we possibly can. When you have more teams than you have rounds available for on stream, that's kind of stuff is going to happen. But let me set things up with the Ash Archers, and yes, they already know the password because we haven't had to change it. The Ash Archers and the Broken Buddies. Lil Buddy, where's Lil Buddy?
Ping them anyways.
Oh, there is a little buddy cult right now. So let me zero out the scores. Let me switch us up to Swiss round 4, and we should be good to go. The Broken Buddies are on the way in. I think we can. I think if the Ash Archers don't know, we can get that information to them as well. What the password is in the info and alerts. Oh, passes to you. Did that already, Rose. You're amazing.
Don't worry, I know.
Don't worry, I know. Yeah, that's actually is the correct response. So that is the correct response.
You were saying something and you're really into saying it, so I just kind of let you say it, you know?
Well, that's kind of yeah, that's the trick to commentary is you just keep going until somebody gets the hook and
Everyone,
pulls you off the stage. So
you just gotta keep it going, keep the flow going. I think that's the best thing that I've learned today with my first actual tournament commentary is you just keep going with the flow and try to make it interesting.
welcome to commentary, and and for those of you that are out there watching this and saying, Zada especially, you're a moron. You're not 100% wrong, but we're always looking for people who are interested in helping out at Off the Dial as well. So join the Discord, find out what's going on. Commentary is an area that people can do. We have some fantastic folks working on graphic design. Edgehog, who is playing in this one, has been helping with the graphic design aspects. So there are lots of opportunities to help out. Bandkid has been behind the scenes. Instinct has been helping out behind the scenes quite a bit. So it's as the organization has grown, the need for help has grown too. So definitely if you're interested in knowing how a tournament runs, and Rose is getting her commentary experience here, it can be a great organization to start out with, and we will be bringing in more commentators for the finals. So it looks like we got some
We
good
got
stuff.
a raid from SAC. Thank
Splatoon
you
Amateur
so much.
Circuit. Wow.
Oh my
Thank you so much,
God.
guys.
Welcome to everyone that did come from Splatoon Amateur Circuit. We're currently casting the final Swiss round of It's Dangerous to Go Alone. It is our 3rd-year anniversary, and we have 13 teams signed up. It is an FA tournament, so next season, if you are interested, you do get to just sign up alone, and you get placed in a team by the wonderful magic of the internet.
The magic of the internet, indeed. Yeah, and actually
Or the magic of
a
DJ
lot of
Lepto.
code that Lepto has written. I don't know. I've been looking at his change sets, and yeah, it's there's always something interesting that he is putting into that code. But yeah, DJM and Lepto, of course, are the tournament organizers. They started this thing 3 years ago, and you know, it's still going strong. I was, you know, Splatoon being, you know, coming up on its 4-year anniversary this July, Splatoon 2. You know, I'm thrilled that there are people that are playing this and that are signing up, and that we had such a great turnout this time. This has been amazing. So, I do have to dial in the right maps and modes, because it looks like everybody has showed up at this point, and so we actually have everybody that we need from the Ash Archers and the Broken Buddies. Yep, it is going to be the Reef Tower Control. So yes.
Standard map and mode. I feel like it's one of those ones that you kind of just forget exists, and it's just kind of there.
It
Like,
is
nobody
kind of
has
there.
really strong opinions on it. I think it's just a fine map. And it looks like my Switch kind of lagged out there with the teams where everyone was green and pink for a second. I don't
All
know.
right, I do have to. Let me see if I can get. Let's see if I can get this right here. I believe SpaceX is on the Ash
Ash
Archers.
Archer. Yeah, because the other team has
Yes,
all of their people
I'm
have
actually
tabs.
I'm actually double checking. Yes, SpaceX is. I'm actually double checking the spreadsheet. So yeah, welcome to the world. Welcome to the world of tournament organization. You got a spreadsheet that you got to look at, and it feels just like work. but yeah, it is going. We're going to start out with tower control on the reef. Let's take a quick look and see who is on our teams here. I think we might have had it up a little bit earlier. We've got Panic, SpaceX, Sir Shams, and Uzi on the Ash Archers, and it looks like we are going to have Brandon. Let's see, Mothman, Magi, and I think that's Sky in is that Sky in
That's Sky as
in
well.
katakana. My as I've been saying all along, I don't really read Japanese. I read just enough to be able to pick out one or two sounds, and that's it. So I kind
So
of have to
I
guess.
think that Panic is going by song in their IGN right now,
That could
which is
be.
which is it looks like it's lining up with the spreadsheet.
It is
So
lining
all
up with the
good.
spreadsheet, yes, because they're Catalyst and Song and Panic Mode. So I picked one. And you know what I can do though? I have this ability, this magic ability. Here, watch this, so that I can help you guys out a little bit. Those of you watching from the comfort of your own home, I can do this, and I can actually update what shows up.
I didn't press A. My bad, guys.
Oh well, you know, it always happens that way. So let's get started here as we go right into tower control on the reef.
Okay. And the Nautilus. We love seeing the Nautilus. Oh my gosh.
You do love
It,
seeing the Nautilus.
okay, I love seeing the Nautilus.
And yeah,
Okay.
it looks like both teams going with that tri-slosher. We have the Nautilus looking like it's going to be a kind of a counterpoint to the 96. Both teams with a Jet Squelcher, and both teams with a splatter shot of different forms. So very similar compositions.
Brandon going for that immediate flank and getting 2 people while Magi gets a third, and their Jet Sculpture did jump out, so that was an effective play. That flank at the beginning, I think, caught the Ash Archers off guard, and very excited to see. Looks like Brandon gets taken out by Song, and it doesn't look like their push will go much further. Or it will. And there's 3 down on the side of the archers once again.
So we do have that push continuing by the Broken Buddies. That Stingray kind of getting that off. There's a splashdown, enough to weaken Uzi, but SpaceX right there to stop Brandon. Looks like that is going to be an end to that push as the archers work on getting some coverage and taking control of the map again.
Looks like they're going to push up a little bit over here. They take out the splatter shot, and it's a 1-down situation on both sides. But it looks like both teams have 2 specials to work with right now, and as I say that, the Tri-Slusher goes down. Who knows if that double armor on the side of the archers will help them out or not?
That is a good question. I mean, you know, on this map, it definitely can help. There's the armor right now. We are seeing the archers with some armor up. We've got a little bit of a base invasion going on right now by the by the buddies.
His flanks.
It's a base invasion. I mean, we need to use our glitchers terms here. So
I'm not that old.
Oh. Thanks.
I didn't understand that reference.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, and they're trying to get that push in with 2 specials, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to get that in as Uzi goes down on the side of the archers. The buddies are getting a lot of coverage on the ground, and it looks quite impossible for the archers to push back in, especially since they're getting picked off kind of easily.
So really right now it does appear to be a battle of attrition in many ways, which is how this often goes.
But 2 go down on the side of the buddies, and hopefully the archers will be able to get a good push in. They pop their armor, hopefully, and get another person.
So the archers, ooh, that Stingray battle might not go so well. Song trying to avoid that Stingray coming in and push the tower, but Brandon right there behind. Brandon able to push that tower and get it set back toward the middle.
And honestly, all the buddies have to do right now is kind of get that push, get that defense, get the paint around the tower just pretty much set, and keep control, and they will pretty much take the match. And as I say that, they take control perfectly, pretty much. And it looks like they're going for another push even.
Well, you know, sometimes it's, especially late in the game, sometimes getting that extra push in, it makes it that much harder if it does go to overtime for there to be any chance for the other team. So sometimes it's just about taking away chances at this late stage in the match.
And it looks like Mothman's just gonna kind of save what they have of array. And let's see if
SpaceX, with those 2 splats, able to stop everyone from crossing the bridge, but it is Song on the tower. Here comes that overtime. Remember,
GG Ray.
The GG Rays are out.
And Brandon takes the tower for a win for the Broken Buddies.
The Broken Buddies taking our very first match here. Again, the engineering on the counter push at the end, or the overtime push, you know, it seemed like there was a possibility there, but again, I think the Broken Buddies were doing a good job of managing the position of the tower throughout, and that definitely made for a much more difficult chance of doing the comeback. So it is time for Rainmaker on New Albacore Hotel. Rose, what are your thoughts? Because I don't know if
Pretty
I have any.
wacky. I've seen some pretty wacky games on this map mode in particular, but it's it's a very weird map for Rainmaker because if you look at the map, the distance that you see from the Rainmaker and the Rainmaker's pedestal is not that much. But since the map is very horizontal and very flat, it it kind of artificially makes the paths longer because if you take it to the left or to the right, you're looking at a much longer path than you do if you just take it straight through mid. So I think this could go much either way. It kind of just depends. If you get that first wipe at the beginning, you can get it down to like as low as like below 10. And if you, but this map can also just stay in as a war of attrition for a long time. And it kind of just, sometimes it just matters who pushes that Rainmaker to 70 even.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I think the other thing on this particular map is that, there are grates everywhere and there's water everywhere. So there are a lot of hazards, a lot of, you can't just swim with the Rainmaker. You do have to run with the Rainmaker in a lot of routes that you might want to take. And it's certainly, I think this one can be fun. I mean, this one can be fun. It can also be very
Can also be just very boring to play because you're just
yep.
like, oh my gosh, we need to push, but we can't because
there's
we
no way
can't
to
get
push.
picked.
Nowhere to push. It's yeah, and I think that's so true on this particular stage.
Especially if you take it right, you're gonna have a hard time because you need to go through that. You need to go through the grates, which if you don't have run speed, that can lead to your own demise. And then you have to go through all of those slopes where they can just kind of bomb you. And it looks like both teams are opting for a Stingray.
Yeah,
And a Booyah Bomb.
Booyah Bomb, Stingrays, and K-Pros. Oh my. So that's what we're gonna see, and it looks like we do have a sport player on each team. We have an NZAP, and we have a junior on the opposing team. So again, very similar compositions.
We just see Brandon over here just running for that flank. And getting the pick on the C-Jet before they can even pop their Stingray. And that's a wipe for
the Ash Archers, and that is the opportunity for the buddies to push on in. Brandon coming right up there.
As long as they can make it past this first bridge, they'll be pretty much set to... Oh, and looks like they're not even going to take that route.
Yeah, they are taking it around to the side. It kind of looks like Rainmaker is getting a little bit pressured there. It looks like Sky going down.
But Brandon again, just going for those constant flanks. And will he find the pick on this? And he finds the pick on the CDS, maybe even the C-Jet. Making it easier for his team to push in. Just playing that aggressive V-shot. And he gets canceled, unfortunately.
So it looks like Magi getting that splat. They're super jumping in. The buddies super jumping in.
Ooh, that Booyah Bomb took down 2 people.
And that was another brief push by the buddies.
They get it to 55, which is not the worst push, but also it's New Albacore Hotel. If you take it one push down mid, you probably get it down to 20 or so.
We got Brandon on that flank again, going on that super wide flank route. Autospec decided to follow Brandon the whole time this time.
Who knows what Autospectate is thinking, honestly.
Autospec is interesting, and although every time I try to fly it myself, it tends to get very jittery. And I always pick the most boring part too, so maybe they based Autospec on me. But we have this counter push coming in.
But it
We've got
unfortunately
the
gets
archers trying to
stopped.
do it. Yeah, that was a stop. Uzi there trying to blow that out, but yes, getting hit from behind by Magi with that K-Pro.
Looks like Brandon is going to opt for the big flank yet again. My eyes just always seem to find him going for the large flank, and it looks like Song is going to catch him on his flank.
I think they're starting to know. I think they're starting to learn Brandon's technique here of the massive flank.
And they do take him out, so.
But you know, sometimes one of the keys is to distract the other team and take them off point. And sometimes those big flanks and can create enough of a disruption for the other team that they have to deal with it. And I think that might be what's going on here.
Looks like that Booyah Bomb was too little too late for the buddies.
Wow. Oh. Wow, the buddies getting the Rainmaker splat. There's nothing like dying to the Rainmaker explosion.
Oh my god. There's nothing more embarrassing.
Well, the funny thing is that on certain maps it feels like it kills you from a lot closer distance than others, so...
That is true. Sometimes it feels like it's a little too big, honestly.
Yes. And that was a trade between Brandon and SpaceX right there.
I'm just wondering how much QR Brandon has, because hoo-wee.
Well, we can take a quick look. Nothing.
Looks like
although
none at all.
None on the mains. Who knows what's in the subs?
It's just a battle for mid at this point.
It really is.
The buddies kind of have the control over mid, but the archers can take it.
This is their only chance here. So
Oh,
Song
this
is
is
going
their
to have to
chance.
stay alive.
As long as they get picks on those
So here comes the
range-heavy-
GG Ray. Or
will it be the GG Ray?
Or will it be the?
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like they are going to miss. So Song going with the team.
Oh, and there
Song
goes
following
their
SpaceX. They're
heavy.
doing a far. They're going a far route, and they got
And
the
they
lead. They got the lead. Wow. They were patient. That was
unfortunate.
patience right there.
The heavy unfortunately DC'd at the very end there.
Oh no.
After they used their Stingray.
That sounds like it's overpowered then. But the Ash Archers able to get that victory. So that brings us to our last match, and we will wait for the return here of Mothman.
There he comes. There he goes.
Hey, and of
He's
course
back.
now we get to end on Clam Blitz. So Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. Oh boy. It isn't that bad. It isn't that bad.
Isn't that
So-
bad. It's
think
another
it's-
one of those pretty tight maps
Yep.
where the basket's very close to spawn. So it really depends on how you defend. You defend from above, or you can flank and probably get them from behind. But bombs again are very crucial on this map. And I think all of the maps that I chose for Clam Blitz are all maps where bombs are crucial, and it's an easy retake if you know what you're doing.
Yep, and you know that is kind of the theme in your Clam Blitz. Exactly right. You throw those bombs down there and clear them out. So it's very bomb happy. I'm worried about you, Rose. I really am. But here we go. Yes, here we go. So it looks like, ooh, this could be a very important match. I'm getting word from DJam. We are getting word from DJam that both teams are at 13 points and tied for 5th. So this is
whoever wins this match goes to finals is what I'm hearing.
That could be what it is. So this could be a make or break for the Archers and the Buddies. Of course, I'm not sure what's going on in the other matches right now, but this is super. This is going to be a super critical match, and again, that's one of the reasons that Swift Scoring, you do play all three. This one you would have played all three even if it was best of three. But you know, this could be a very, very critical match. Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. Of course, it always ends on Clam, doesn't it?
Clam Blitz is honestly, I've enjoyed commentating Clam Blitz more than anything, and I do feel like Clam Blitz is the most interesting mode to watch because it's the mode where the players have to think the most in how they're going to manage clams, manage paint, and manage kills. It's
It
not
is.
just about the paint, it's not just about the kills, and it's not just about the clams.
You know, I had somebody once tell me that the reason they don't like Clam Blitz is because it's a lot like Turf War. And there, strangely enough, there are a lot of similarities because it is not about one area of the map. It is about the whole map, and it is about a lot more. You know, it is not a linear decision process that you have to do in order to get this. It is very, very non-linear.
Players are pulling out all the stops. They get that first clam in before 30 seconds have even passed.
There is a disconnect. We have a disconnect. It is the ball point on, and that would be Mothman. So Mothman has disconnected. We will see if the disconnect rule goes into place here. I believe it is. Yes,
I believe it should.
the buddies are chilling out in spawn. They are going to let the Ash Archers cap the zone, and we will do a redo on this. Looks like Mothman is having some issues with their internet, so we will let that get solved.
Believe, if I'm not mistaken, the buddies do have a rotational sub that they can bring in.
That
So
is correct, I believe. Here, let me bring us back to the team.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at the
they
team
do.
view.
They can bring in Clem, I believe,
I think
if
Clem,
they
yeah.
so wish. And honestly, with it being final, like this game deciding so much, I think that might be the best option right now because we don't want to risk them DCing again.
So Clem is a rotational sub for Magi. So Mothman is a standalone in that team. So I don't know if they can do that substitution. I think Mothman has to play. So we will see what happens here. We will wait for a full determination, but I am pretty sure that is what we're waiting for. So yeah, the team. So one of the things that you will occasionally see in It's Dangerous to Go Alone tournaments is there are teams with 5 players, and that usually happens when the signups are just over what the cutoff would be for even teams of 4. And in the case of the Broken Buddies, Clem and 96 Magi are the rotational subs, so they can sub for each other, but everyone else is expected to play. The reason being that the matchmaking is done that way. It looks though like
It looks like they will
Clementine
be
is going to be able to
subbing
sub
Clem
in.
in. And I thought that rotation, I mean, if need be, if I guess since Mothman does need a sub, I think they should be allowed to use
I think
Clem
they
as a
are.
sub.
I think they are letting that happen. So yeah, I think
But DGM hasn't said anything on the matter, so
yeah. Let me just double check in the staff chat. Hopefully we will get an answer soon. And we will give it a second for the result. You can make that sub. The 3 who played before have to run the same gear and weapons, but the 4th can play whatever. All right. That's what SpaceX. So yes. This one has some. Okay, I'm being told
We
to
do have
wait.
some special rules, but it's usually at the discretion of DGM and Lepto. So
Yep, there are some special rules. So yeah, we are. I have been given the just wait ping, which is always the fun part.
oh,
Sometimes being the streamer is the interesting part of the job. But yeah, the rules for this tournament are pretty similar to most tournament rules, but because of the fact that the subs are the teams are constructed based on differing play styles and ranks, they don't, for example, want to have somebody that whose highest rank is S plus subbed out with somebody who's A or X for that matter. So there are some very specific rules related to that, as well is the disconnect rule, which is everybody has to play the same weapon. So we will find out what Lepto and DJam are saying. I see that Lepto is typing.
Lepto, type faster, please. God, we're keeping the people waiting.
He's probably writing code. I do read.
Right
I don't
code,
read
right
Python very
code.
well. I do. I can read PHP pretty well, but my Python is terrible. So I know he's kind of a Python
Only
programmer.
rotational subs can replace for DCs.
All right, I'm sure there is a discussion going on right now somewhere.
Is going on in help desk. DJam is at the crime scene and resolving the situation.
For those of you that are interested in seeing what the rules are, if you go to otd.inc, all of that information is available on the Off the Dial website. So otd.inc will get you more information on what the rules are for this tournament and how it is constructed. So it can be a very interesting read. It actually is easy to read these rules. They don't seem like the legal mumbo jumbo that I'm used to reading in my day-to-day life. So they're actually pretty easy to understand, and they're pretty fair. And so they change a little bit. They have changed a little bit since the tournament series first started, but they are up to date on the website. So we are usually, whenever there's a question, I don't like to proceed on my own. I really do prefer when DJam and Lepto can let me know what to do, so I can just go back to being your friendly host. Okay, so Lepto has
Honestly,
nothing to say. Oh yes, yes. So we'll wait on
so I
DJam.
mean, for the last 2 tournaments that I've staffed, I was on help desk and watching the stream duty. So I kind of know-ish what should be going on, but they should be able to replace, but DGM still has to like
Yep. I see what's going on in the help
resolve.
desk now. I'm always afraid to switch chats that I'm reviewing in Discord, but yeah, they're currently working out the issues there.
Of course, it happens on Clamblitz Mako Mart.
I don't know. Again, I don't think this is the worst Clamblitz map in the world. It's
Oh, for
actually
sure. Mako
pretty
Mart is
tolerable.
one of the least offending maps in the game. It's actually
Agreed. I like it for pretty much every mode. It's usually a lot of fun. So
like the only mode that I banned it for, I think, was Rainmaker, and that's
it's my least favorite for this one too. I've lost more
because I think it's a
Rainmaker on
tad
this.
small and it's a very
Yeah.
cheesy map if you get it.
Yep.
I do recall I think one set a year or two ago I distinctly remember it was Kiver, and they cheesed Rainmaker Mako, and that was a VOD I watched, and it was ooh.
Oh, all right. So it looks like they are still working it out. So yeah, this is a we are waiting for whether Clem can participate or not, as Mothman works on internet issues, which of course, this game is very sensitive to a lot of different factors, and obviously, for those of you that don't know how Splatoon 2 networking works, every switch makes a connection to every other switch, and when Rose and I are here as well, everybody has to connect to us as well. Now, obviously, everything I have is wired, and Rose, I'm guessing that you're probably in the same situation. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't other problems on the greater internet as a whole. Again, there are no central servers for Splatoon other than for match recording and matchmaking. That's kind of how they implement anti-cheat and a couple other things. And also find you players when you're playing solo queue or turf war or any of the other modes, and also broker those connections for private battles. So it's kind of the servers don't actually route the game traffic through them, they just kind of record what's going on. So if there is a weak link anywhere, and it could be as stupid as a downed line somewhere, it can actually have an effect on a player that happens to be in that region where there is a physical problem with the internet or some kind of a routing problem. So it does happen from time to time, and they are working that out at this time.
Oh my
As a
gosh.
streamer,
Help desk.
I always have to be somewhat cognizant of what's going on the internet in order to be able to get the proper bandwidth to send outward into Twitch, as well as to be able to play the game. Because if you can't play the game because you're using all of your bandwidth for streaming, then you've got problems.
Okay. And help desk is going off. I'm a little
Yes,
concerned, but
there's a lot of discussion in the help desk right now. Yes, yeah, Jazzy Flip. I see the face, and hey Song, how are you doing in the chat? Um, it is crazy. It is crazy what's going on. But yeah, the networking on Splatoon. Everyone was asking what their wish list is for Splatoon 3, and fix the networking, I think, is the big wish list. And
let us
I've
have servers that aren't 20 years old, please.
or netcode that's 20 years old. Now, that's not to say the code that was written 20 years ago is automatically bad. I mean, there's some code that I wrote 10 years ago that's still in production, and the code is fine. It's just that
It's just that
the
when every other
networking
game
is a bit
system
different. Yeah.
when every other game system has kind of moved on from a type of
Yes.
network,
Mm-hmm.
when we're 20 years behind with Nintendo, it's a little bit frustrating because we have problems that should be 20 years old, but they're just
Well, and it's
not.
interesting too in the modern era of cloud computing. In the modern era of cloud computing, spinning up cloud servers and having them tear down and just paying for utilization is not that big of a deal. I know how Amazon AWS works, for example. If you need a server, you spin it up. If you need a cluster of servers, you spin them up, and when you don't need them anymore, you spin them down. And it's not like you have any physical hardware invested. You're not spending millions of dollars for hardware to do it, because Amazon already did that. So you just rent their hardware. And interestingly enough, Nintendo does use AWS apparently for doing some of the matchmaking and reporting. So if they could actually host the games in AWS, I have a feeling that would be a major improvement. So or Azure Cloud or any of the other cloud providers, IBM Cloud, but sorry, my work experience sometimes does intrude on on my commentary.
It's all good. Looks like the situation in help desk has just cleared up and we'll be able to see this this last match. Fingers crossed that Mothman doesn't DC again, but Oh my gosh.
The wall of text.
Oh my gosh.
That's something that, I've been known. I've had people throw walls of text at me, so it's it's always interesting when you get that wall. So we are currently just waiting on this result from the help desk.
Zara, I'm sure you're looking at what's happening.
I am looking at what's happening. I'm doing my best not to commentate on what's happening. Yeah, it's
Oh my god.
it's
This is ended up we're commentating over help desk because
well, one of the interesting things about online versus in-person tournaments, and I've actually done more in-person tournaments than I have online, is that when you actually can talk to the tournament organizer that's sitting across the desk from you and ask them a question, it kind of, there's no being a keyboard warrior at that point. You're
hey.
There we go. We have it. So yeah, the disputes actually end very quickly in an online environment or in a live environment, because the communication, I think, is that much better. You're able to communicate the position that much better. But we are good to go. We have Mothman back. It is going to be, yes, we are going to get through Swiss round 4.
Woo!
Let's do this. We'll get Mothman on the correct team. Yeah, I always am very explicit about which team everyone is on. So let's get this going. It is Mako Mart Clam Blitz. Everybody needs to lock down with the same weapons and gears, and away we go. So yeah, no changing weapons, no changing gears. Not gears. Gears, yeah, no, whatever. But here we go. The hell desk. If you're working it, that's what it is.
Oh my god.
That is for sure.
I'm not even working the help desk, and it's just trying to just diffuse the situation,
I do a 1v1 tourney on Fridays, usually on my stream, and I'm the TO, I'm the help desk, I'm the whole thing, and the streamer and the prize provider. And
oh my gosh.
Yeah, and but I limit it to 8 people, and usually it's pretty easy to resolve the issues because of the small number of people that are involved. So it works out okay, but yeah, I mean it answering those questions about why did this disconnect count, why did this not count, and things like that can it's work. So Song and Shams getting ready to lock in their weapon.
And I don't really remember what we had last game, because it was like 10 seconds before the first DC happened.
So here we are, Clam Blitz on Mako Mart for the second time. Colors are a little different, so the colors are different, but hopefully the weapons are not. So let's take a quick look and see what they are playing. It looks...
We have a vanilla Explosion on the side of the archer. Did they have a brush last time?
I don't remember.
I don't either. Let me check real quick.
For now, we will allow this to play out. I don't remember the exact rule. I will admit, I usually read the rules right before the tournament, but I have not read the rules in a little bit.
I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like both teams do have the same weapon. So
excellent.
And so 2 power clams on the side of the Broken Buddies. They are ready to make that first push, but unfortunately that first ball doesn't go through. They pop 2 specials, 2 rains, which is big pressure, but unfortunately the armor kind of cancels that out. And Shams gets taken out, unfortunately. Pushes in a little bit too hard. And those bubbles are a little bit wasted because there's nobody there to pop them. But it's one down on each side, and the paint is looking like it could go either way.
Yeah, this is definitely very contentious right now. Certainly a lot of back and forth, but this is what we've come to expect from clams, and it's dangerous to go alone. It is usually going to be really close, unless it's a blowout. But most of the time, it's just really close. Song coming in over the top with that
Oh my
pop.
gosh! And it looks like that jump push doesn't happen because the archers get there first. Clam in before they can get that jump ball in. But three go down on the side of the archers as they get ready to defend against this push that's coming. Looks like Magi does get that clam in, but will they be able to push off of that? And it doesn't look
It
like
looks like they're not going to be able to get a follow-up clam in, so the push by the buddies is broken up a little bit there, but it is still 80 to 74, and so in terms of scoring, they're practically the same score.
Yeah, this could still go either way, and an unfortunate bomb takes
That
out.
was an unfortunate bomb. And yeah, there's SpaceX right there with that H3.
Magi finds the pick on the K-Shot and maybe even the Explosher.
Oh!
Yes! Finds the pick on the Explosher, but SpaceX is just camping them. And Shams gets a jump in, doesn't make the clam in, just barely, but does find the clam in at the end, and they get to extend their push.
So the archers are pushing, and they did clear their penalty timer, or not really a timer, their penalty counter, and it looks like they are 23 points away, but it looks like the buddies are able to hold that down. That's going to be the end of this push. As the buddies start to amass an army of power clams. There are 3 on active players, and there's 1 back at the spawn, so...
They effectively have almost 40 clams on the field right now, but the archers are finding those picks on the buddies. So
and
they might,
looks
and
like
they do get the clams in.
3 of those clams from the buddies are despawning.
With a minute left, the buddies do have to get a lot of picks here to be able to come back from that. They do have 2 power clams on the field right now. And as I said before, this map clams is all about getting paint, picks, and clams. And if you don't have one of them, you can't win. Just flat out. Like, at the very least, you need 2, but it's gonna be
Mothman gets
very
one in,
hard.
and it looks like Sky gets the other one in. And here comes the counter push. The buddies working on it. Magi up there.
Up there, getting 2 people.
Getting another one in. They're holding the timer open.
But it doesn't look like they'll be able to push any more clams in unless Mothman over here gets...
Whoa, we got another clam, and it's 23-29. Brandon getting
2
one
more
in.
clams. But it looks like
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I thought it would be.
That ending push, they were able to hold that basket open long enough that they were able to continue that push. 1 more clam, it would have tied up. 2 more clams, it would have been over. But this set is going to go to the Ash Archers as we conclude our Swiss rounds for It's Dangerous to Go Alone number 21. Yeah, that is one heck of an ending there. So according to DJam, whoever wins this match will go to the top cut. That means that the Ash Archers are going into the top cut, which will be starting, I believe, in 10-15 minutes. I'll have to
10
get the
minutes.
time on it. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. So in the meantime, what are your thoughts on the Swiss round so far, or so far? What are your thoughts on the Swiss rounds that are now concluded? Is what it is.
Okay, every single third game of the Swiss round had something really interesting where either the other team was down and they got the lead, or someone made an extremely clutch push. Like, all of the Swiss rounds were really, really memorable. At least to me. What were your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts were, I actually, what I saw was a lot of, the scores in a couple of cases. So in Swiss Round 1, we watched the Deadly Drizzlers and the Hungry Houses. In Swiss Round 3, we saw the Evil Eggs and the Mighty Motherships. Those were 3-0s for the winning teams, which were the Drizzlers and the Evil Eggs. But the matches were closer than they looked, by just looking at the numbers, and, you might say, well, a win is a win is a win. But in what I saw in most of the matches was that there were effective counter pushes that were going on in every match. And, I think that was, to me, one of the most impressive things that I saw today is that there was nothing that seemed to me to be ridiculously lopsided. It wasn't, KO in 15 seconds and you're done. There was none of the push the Rainmaker.
There were KOs, but none of these matches were just quick 100-0 KO and we're done.
There was none of that. These were, I think, and given the amount of team time that these teams had to prepare with each other, which is only about 2 days, I think they all brought it today. And I think the 8 teams that we saw on stream did just a fantastic job. I kind of wonder how the other 5 teams did off stream. I'm sure it was going to be. I'm sure it was similar. I really, my hats are always off to the work that Lepto and DJam do in balancing for this tournament, and it makes for much more interesting gameplay than or much more interesting viewing as well, than that 15-second knockout which we sometimes see. So it looks.
Before we end off Swiss, I just want to go over what happened in the other sets. So the Deadly Drizzlers did take the win over the Evil Eggs, 3-0. The Jarring Jaws took their win as well, 3-0, over the Flurry Flyfish, and the Mighty Motherships took their win, 2-1. It was a reverse sweep, and the Longing Lives took all 3 of their games over the iconic Inklings, and the Nice Knives took their win, 2-1, against Grumpy Grizz.
Wow. 13 teams going through Swiss, and there can only be 4 that continue on. So I believe that we're going to know that answer very shortly. And it looks like Top Cut is ready to go. And then we, Rose, you and I, we're gonna fade into the background, as our next commentary crew takes over. That is going to be Crit and Cheddar. I think that's how you say Cheddar. I never got a chance to talk before, so hopefully I won't introduce them completely wrong. So. I'm excited about this. I think our Top Cut's going to be great. I had a good time with you today, Rose. I think this was fantastic.
I had a great time as well. I think the Swiss rounds, none of them were boring. All of them had something new, and I honestly really enjoyed my time commentating with you. Thank you so much for letting me.
Oh, absolutely. And well, thank you for letting me commentate with you is really what it boils down to. But yeah, I think it was fantastic. We saw a great set of Swiss rounds to open things up, and we just have to get reset for our Top Cut, and our Top Cut, yes, is going to be let me read off the names. I think I can get them. It's going to be the Deadly Drizzlers, the Longing Lives, the Jarring Jaws, and the Ash Archers. So that is our Top Cut. They will be back after this break. Rose, it has been a pleasure, and we will be getting ready for our next sets after a very brief break.
All right.
Hey everybody, welcome back. It's Dangerous to Go Alone 21. This is the finals. We are in the top cut for It's Dangerous to Go Alone number 21 today, and I am going to be stepping away from the microphone for a little while. I've been Zata. I have enjoyed talking with all of you today, but I am turning over the mic to Crit and Cater. Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
Hello.
Hey, thank you so much for the intro, Zada. Um, I am doing fantastic today. I'm hoping that the rest of this tournament we get to see some sets that are exciting as the ones we've seen already. We're gonna try to fly through these here. We are, of course, starting with the Deadly Drizzlers and the Longing Lives. That's, I believe, is our first and third seeds from Swiss. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. And we are starting on walleye zones, which is quite the interesting pick.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually talking about this a little bit in voice chat before going live here. We have some really, really interesting maps that you don't see in tournament all the time going into this. So Walleye Warehouse we're going to be starting on, and then we're going to be going to Tower Control Schellendorf. And Rainmaker on Inkblot, and then assuming that we go into games 4 and 5, we'll be seeing Clam Blitz on the Reef and Splat Zones on Piranha Pit, which I think is another really interesting zones map to see. So I think this is gonna be a fun little exercise in some of these players who are maybe used to playing really typical competitive maps, uh, trying to adjust their play styles for these maps that they probably don't play in comp on very much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of these maps are probably not as common for good reason, but still, seeing this variety makes for probably is going to make for some really interesting plays and possibly weapon picks as well.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, so starting off here on Splat Zone's Walleye Warehouse, what do you think are some of the picks that we might see either for weapons or just for specials?
I see that walleye kind of it lends itself to long range weapons such as like
Mhm.
chargers and splatlings. They can just kind of perch on crate and they get afforded full access to mid. But you do see a lot of just kind of the more typical short range slayers running around and making use of the cramped space to force other people into corners and pick them off.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely expecting to see a lot of that. So here we go, going into game one, and it looks like we do see a couple of short range shooters. We have the K52 on the side of the Deadly Drizzlers. It looks like we have the Explosher coming out, which I think is really interesting. That's a good pick here because this zone is going to be really hard to cap with that big box in the middle, and being able to kind of toss paint over that zone could actually be a pretty good way of handling that.
I also like the pick on the squeezer from that side too. The really long range of the squeezer and also the bubbles just gives them a lot of space and area control to work with.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So right off the bat here, we see the Deadly Drizzlers taking first control of the zone, pushing it down to 72, but and they're doing a pretty good job of pushing ahead. I really like the way that that K52 is able to cap that zone there, using the Booyah Bomb to kind of throw over that box in the middle and cap the opposite side of the zone while their team was shooting at the side closer to them. That's something you really love to see.
Speaking of Booyah Bombs, I just realized that Longing Lives, they're running triple Booyah with the K-Pro, Kenzo Dynamo, and K-Gal. So that's going to be a lot of throwing, a lot of Booyahs being able to be thrown onto the other side of the zone, even if they don't necessarily have direct line of sight to it.
Yeah, Triple Booyah is definitely Splat Zone's Walleye Warehouse meta. We just didn't know it yet.
I mean, yeah, with how just small and cramped Walleye Warehouse is in general, Booyah can just take over the kind of the entire enemy side of mid, and it's a lot of great area control and chip damage.
Absolutely, and apparently so can a Suction Bomb launcher, as we just saw with that Neo Splash taking control of the zone using those Suction Bombs. So now we have Deadly Drizzlers trying to get control of the zone and take back that lead. Unfortunately, it looks like they're unable to as of yet, and the Longing Lives are starting to tick down their penalty.
Yeah, but already 2 down on the side of loving longing lives. I'm stuck on previous L names from previous tournaments, and so the penalty for the Deadly Drizzlers is almost up, and now they're able to just tick down their timer. And timers in Splat zones go down pretty quickly, and just see, as you can already see, that they've taken the lead, maybe just by 1 point.
Yeah, by 1 point, and then right away the Longing Lives take back the zone. But the Longing Lives, I mean, they have that 20-second penalty on them. So, you know, the Deadly Drizzlers do still have a little bit of a buffer to get in here, but with 10 seconds left on the penalty, it's looking like they might not be able to make it in time. And that is going to be the lead back to the Longing Lives. We see the Deadly Drizzlers trying to make their way in, but kind of just getting picked off one at a time as they're coming out of spawn. You know, they in these situations, you really have to kind of stay together and try to make a really coordinated push, which is not easy, especially in a solo registration tournament.
Yeah, I do like the bubbles coming out of the squeezer, allowing them to kind of break out of where they were locked out, and a full wipe on the side of Longing Lives. So now they're the ones that have control of mid. They're able to just paint it out blue, charge their specials, and kind of do what I might have gotten team names mixed up again, but the Deadly Drizzlers can now just do what the Longing Lives did to them, and just kind of walk them out, pick them off one by one, like you said.
Yep, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're doing a good job of pushing up and really getting paint pretty far ahead, making it difficult for Longing Lives to get back in unannounced. They're getting close to getting the lead, but we now see that triple Booyah Bomb comp really come into play. The 2 Booyah Bombs hitting the zone right away and flipping the zone. If only for a second, it's enough to get the penalty onto the Deadly Drizzlers, make it that much harder for them to actually take the lead here. And we're just seeing Booyah Bomb after Booyah Bomb. I actually really like this comp on this map.
And yeah, they were locked out, but these Booyah Bombs... Oh, and the Booyah Bomb getting shredded before a kill can throw it out. But still, just bomb after bomb. Just not letting the Deadly Drizzlers keep the zone for very long.
Yeah, what a brutal tactic. And here we see how good that Explosher is at really just controlling a huge amount of space very quickly. The Deadly Drizzlers are really trying to get in here and keep that zone long enough to take the lead. It looks like we're going to be going into overtime. You know, they keep holding the zone for a while, but it's like just as they're about to finish off their penalty, the Longing Lives are able to get the zone back. But this time it looks like the Longing Lives might be unable to get into the zone in time.
Yeah, with the combination of the bubbles and the suction rush, this is gonna look like it's just tipping in favor of the Deadly Drizzlers, and that is game.
That is game, and a very, very close game. You know, if like if that game had gone on for a few more seconds, I'm not even certain that that the Deadly Drizzlers would have knocked that out right away. It looked like that zone was just about to flip back to neutral.
That 10 booyahs out of the K52 alone, that the recent paint buff is really coming in handy for them.
Oh, absolutely. Between the paint buffs of the K52 and the Kensa, no, I'm sorry, just the Kensa 52. The K Pro did not get the paint buff, but even just that, being able to get so many Booyah Bombs off, made that just really, really annoying to deal with in the best possible way.
God,
So it looks
imagine
like
if K Pro got a paint buff.
Oh, it would have been awful. So next we're going to be going into tower control on Schellendorf Institute. You know, this is similar to Walleye, a map that really is just very long and narrow and kind of favors a lot of range here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of range coming out from both teams. Maybe we'll see that Kensa Dynamo again. I'm wondering if we're going to see all the Booyah Bombs come out again, honestly.
That would be pretty interesting, and the addition of glass on this map it just gives it a whole nother layer for people to walk around up there and fire down onto tower. And with the way the checkpoints are placed on this map, they all pretty much just become choke points. It's very hard to move past them unless you get 3 down or even a full wipe, because the places they're placed places they're placed in. That's pretty redundant. But where they are located, there we go. It's if the enemy team is in a good position, they can just kind of fire down on you and shut down your whole push.
Yeah, yeah, they certainly can. This is the type of map and mode where you tend to see a big stalemate in the middle. Oftentimes, we can go a full 2 minutes into a game, with evenly matched teams, and you see the tower hasn't made it past 85 points on either side. Because, like you said, once you get out of that middle, like those two side roads there are just so cramped and so easily defendable.
Yeah, it definitely lends itself to those alleyways. They lend themselves to specials like Booyah, so if we'll see that coming out again. And we do see triple Booyah, except with a remix instead of the K52 this time, so this should
I
be interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. The heavy remix is a really great pick. It can really take advantage of the glass up there and kind of just rain down on your opponents.
Yes, and on the side of Deadly Drizzlers, we actually have double armor with the Zap and the Junior. So kind of double armor against triple Booyah. Should be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Already we see a Booyah Bomb coming out and an armor being popped, as is to be expected. And just like we said, Tower still hasn't made it past 92 points on either side quite yet.
Yeah, there's the remix you were talking about. Able to get a pick off that Booyah and just continue sitting on glass, running around and picking off other people up there.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see a flank try to come in and take out that remix, but it's going to be hard to get up there. It looks like the Longing Lives do take the lead. Not a big one, pushing down to 77 points now, 76 points. It looks like they're going to be able to make it at least to that first checkpoint, and actually doing a really great job here of painting up ahead of their team so that they might be able to actually make a nice push of this, pushing down to 50 points now.
Yeah, and with these multiple Booyahs coming out of the K-Pro and their teammates, they can just extend this push. There is somebody from the Deadly Drizzlers in mid. Looks like they're trying to go around from behind and take the tower. But it's not going to work, as just this try is just riding tower, extending the push, but eventually does get taken down. And so that looks to be the end of that push for the Longing Lives.
Yeah, the push does get shut down, but a push down to 27 is nothing to scoff at here. We talked quite a bit about how hard it is to get that tower past the first and second checkpoints there. And now, it feels good if you're the Deadly Drizzlers that you prevented the knockout, but you're in a really tough position because you have to make a big push to take the lead here.
Oh yeah. And now here is the stalemate that you were talking about. Both teams just kind of looking for picks, tugging it back and forth, but neither team really able to find purchase. But out comes the armor, and with two down on the side of the Deadly Drizzlers, it looks like the Longing Lives are going to be starting up another push here.
Yes, they are, and already pushing down that alley there, getting back past the first checkpoint. It looks like they might be able to extend their lead even a little bit more. Of course, we do see the armor coming out on the side of the Deadly Drizzlers, and just Booyah Bomb after Booyah Bomb is making it so difficult for the Deadly Drizzlers to approach that tower. Again, they stop it right in the 20s there, able to push the tower back to mid, but still in a really tough spot here. You see that heavy remix finally getting taken out, which could give them a little opening, but just as I say that, of course, that's a full team wipe on the side of the Deadly Drizzlers. Looks like the Longing Lives are going to be able to extend their lead.
Commentator's Curse, is it called?
Yeah, oh, absolutely it is.
And this Booyah Bomb, so many Booyah Bombs, just able to take control of the areas, just scatter the Deadly Drizzlers, and enabling them to continue pushing up, continue doing what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're able to get off two Booyah Bombs at once, you can just create such a huge area of space where your opponents just cannot enter. And that can be so useful in a game like Splatoon where positioning is everything.
Yeah, it looks like the Deadly Drizzlers are trying to set up, trying to get their footing for a push here, and that is exactly what's happening. They're already They've already cleared their first checkpoint. It looks like they're in good position to take the second. So now the Longing Lives need to just defend this tower.
Yeah, one thing that I really like that we've seen right now from the Deadly Drizzlers is how much they managed to paint up ahead of their team and really kind of keep Longing Lives pushed back to try to get that push going. Unfortunately not able to take the lead, but it looks like their push might not be over quite yet.
Yeah, the K-Pro on the side of Longing Lives did stop their original push, but they've held tower at this position, the Deadly Drizzlers, and with these bubbles coming off to shield the tower, and they're gonna try and take this checkpoint. And it looks like it might go into overtime, but just as I'm about to say that, the try just kills the squeezer and takes tower for themselves, puts their foot down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fantastic last push from the Deadly Drizzlers. However, I mean, the use of those bubbles is really nice. When you have a choke point like that, that's so difficult to get by, putting those bubbles up as a kind of traveling shield is can be pretty powerful. But unfortunately, when you're the last member left alive on your team and you're going up against all four of your opponents, it isn't quite enough to make it all the way through. A really fantastic game from both teams, however. So now it looks like we are going to be going into Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy.
This is a little bit more of a standard map, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This is one that we see in tournaments quite a bit, and it is 1-1 right now. So I mean, we saw the Deadly Drizzlers able to take that zones game, but not by a whole lot. And the Longing Lives then had a fairly dominant game too. So what is it that you think the Deadly Drizzlers need to do right now to kind of counter Longing Lives playstyle?
Well, with Inkblot in general, it's very important to take control of plat because, once you have plat, you can just kind of run a straight. If you're able to run a straight line through it, you take the point counter down by a lot, especially in Rainmaker where games can just end in the blink of an eye. If a
Mhm.
team gets wiped, getting wiped in Rainmaker is devastating because you just give up the map. You give complete control of the map to the other team. So.
Right.
If they're not careful, that could just result in a very fast game.
Yeah, it definitely could. I think the real question here is how do you prevent your opponents from taking your plat when they have 3 booyah bombs?
Oh, you think we're gonna continue to see the triple booyah out of
I
them?
I'll be honest, I hope we do. This could be a new meta for the Splatoon 2
Oh,
community.
I mean, it is definitely lending it in their favor, especially with K52 paint buff. You just can just get so many more booyahs with that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see the quad booyah bomb come out for this match here.
And as much as I joke, you do make a good point that Booyah can just zone out pretty much the entirety of Plat if you throw it right in the middle. It just expands, covers the whole thing. It's also taking control of Plat. I also do like playing rain maps on Inkblot because if you just throw rain as it moves over, it just kind of
Mhm.
clears anybody that's on there out.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely can. I'm trying to see what those comps were. It
Only
doesn't
double
look like,
Booyah this
yeah,
time.
double booyah. I mean, still pretty good. Still pretty good.
Double Booyah, double armor though with the Zap and the V-Try, so this should be pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, that vanilla tri-slosher I think is a pretty good pick here. The nice thing that the tri-slosher can really do is play around ledges. So it can definitely help in controlling plat when you have both the burst bombs that you can kind of toss over those boxes, then also the tri-slosher itself, which is so good at taking down opponents that are up on ledges.
Oh, definitely. Nice double to start out the game from this Zap on the side of Longing Live. And they they get another pick. They're just going at it, running around the map and just picking people off. But hey,
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of blue on the map here. The Long Lives are definitely in control of mid. It's the place you want to be, but they are not picking up the Rainmaker quite yet. Probably for the best. It looks like they really want to kind of win that team fight before they pick it up. They finally do with the Deadly Drizzlers being one member down, and they're able to get on the plat, and they have quite a bit of map control up here. Wow, pushing all the way down to 21 points before getting taken out. That was
That's
fantastic.
what I was talking about. If you can just run across plat, you're basically you get in the low 30s, the high 20s.
Yeah.
That sometimes that's all you need to win a game. If you can just do that and then lock your opponents out for the rest of the match. But they do have to defend for 3.5 minutes now, so we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, that was most certainly a perfect demonstration of what you were talking about just before the game. And now it looks like they are going to be falling back to those Booyah Bombs to defend the Rainmaker, which is actually a pretty smart decision here. Deadly Drizzlers, however, are starting to take control of mid. They definitely want to make a counter push here, but going 2 down, going 3 down.
Triple out of this Dynamo.
Wow.
I really like the way that they're playing around their fall off here, just kind of aiming up and over, and they don't quite get the quad, but wow, impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the delayed wipe there onto Deadly Drizzlers, and Longing Lives are at least going to be able to control the Rainmaker for a bit longer. I don't know if they're going to be able to extend that lead. 21 is a rare score to see on Inkblot Rainmaker.
Yes, and so their push does end, but they've had long enough that they can just kind of come back in mid, keep it blue, keep the Deadly Drizzlers from getting out too far into mid.
Yeah, certainly. We do see. Yeah, we see Deadly Drizzlers really trying to take control of mid, but Longing Lives are doing such a good job of just persistently, you know, painting over mid and really just stopping the Deadly Drizzlers from being able to start focusing on their plat. And you know, until you're able to do that, you won't be able to make those big pushes like we saw in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get mid before you can get plat, and so that's just you gotta get your priorities straight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the thing is when you're down like this, down by, you know, 80 points, it can be so tempting to play impatiently and push ahead and to try to make those unsafe decisions. And I think the Longing Lives really are doing a good job of kind of playing on that and really trying to entice the Deadly Drizzlers to play unsafe right now. We still see Longing Lives are still completely in control of the plat on Deadly Drizzler's side.
Yeah, and it was pretty stalemated in mid for a little while, and sure, stalemates are good, you're not getting knocked out, but stalemates aren't getting you any points either. And this K-Pro Tri-Slosher combination just absolutely taking over Overlook there, and that's the KO.
Wow. I mean, you know, 3 separate times Longing Lives was able to grab and make a good push with the Rainmaker. The last one eventually KOing, and throughout that whole game, we really didn't see the Deadly Drizzlers take control of that Rainmaker at all. I'm not sure if they even picked it up.
I think they did pick it up a couple times, but they were just immediately taken out. They weren't able to move with all the blue ink around them.
Yeah, we didn't see any points on the board for them. So that's going to be 2 games to 1 now on the side of Longing Lives, as we're going to be going into Clam Blitz on the Reef. I mean, I'm expecting to see the Tri-Slosher come out again on the side of Longing Lives. I don't know if we're gonna. I mean, we're definitely gonna see the Dynamo again, because that's been in all 3 games so far.
I would
But
like to see the Squeezer. I want to see how the
Yeah.
Squeezer plays around their bubbles, because bubbles can be absolutely vital to clam pushes. They provide kind of cover. You can hide inside them and throw clams in. They'll take damage for you. I've won clam blitz games because of bubbles before. I've
Right.
also lost them because of bubbles. So
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe just now on Rainmaker we saw Deadly Drizzlers bring out a double bubbles comp.
I do not recall that.
I thought that I had
Was
saw.
it the Explosher and the? I'm not sure, but hey, maybe we'll see. Maybe we will see double bubbles. You think we're gonna see more than double booyah, triple booyah?
You know, I'm hoping we see 8 Booyah Bombs. I'll be honest with you. I want the
The
Octo Booyah.
quad arrow PG.
That would make for an exciting game.
Oh, I forgot to hit the A button.
All right, so here
Unconscious.
we are going into Clam Blitz on the Reef. This is going to be set point for Longing Lives. Deadly Drizzler currently sitting at 1 game, so they still have 2 games to win if they want to take this set.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to see what both teams are pulling out. Same double Booyah, double armor comp out of Longing Lives, but we do see that is double bubble with the K Junior and the foil squeezer. So I would like to see how that plays out with their pushes. Because with not 3, but with 6 bubbles, you can certainly do a lot if you have both of those out at the same time.
Oh yeah, that can really make for an elongated push onto the basket. So we are seeing right away that Tri-Slosher does go down. We do have an armor and a Booyah on deck already on the side of the Longing Lives. And right now, both teams kind of even in the amount of clams that they have. Neither team making a full power clam just yet, but we do see the Longing Lives. Looks like they're in a position to break that barrier. 1 Booyah bomb coming out. And, ooh... I think that, yeah, that's that NSAP going down. So they are unable to make that barrier break, and now we see the Deadly Drizzlers with a power clam of their own starting to make a push on the basket.
Yeah, both teams just kind of tug of war for mid, but now look at the clam counts, 25-5. The Deadly Drizzlers definitely in a position to put here. The bubbles coming out and are able to tank a little bit of that damage with the Dynamo just kind of controlling that area with the swing. They do get both power clams in. Impressive.
Yeah, down to 60 points almost immediately. We definitely see bubbles coming into play. That push is going to be over now, but a push down to 60 is a pretty good way to start off the game. You know, just about a minute and a half into this game, the Deadly Drizzlers, for the first time, I think, have taken a pretty powerful early lead.
Oh yeah, and they're just running around the map, collecting clams, forcing 2v1s, everything you need to do in a game of Clam Blitz. I like the paint coming out of their comp. They have both a Junior and a Zap, and then that shot also does have a decent amount of paint out of it. So you're just kind of giving the Squeezer all the space they need to run around and poke the enemy until they die.
Right, and you know, even though their first push has ended, they immediately were picking up a lot more clams. They now have quite an advantage in terms of the clam count. That's a 20-13. Of course, that is not counting the idle power clam near Longing Lives basket.
Yeah, I like the way that this K shot on the side of Deadly Drizzlers is running around with 9 clams so that the enemy team doesn't know exactly where they are, but they do still have a decent amount of clams if they should be in a good position to make a push.
Booyah bomb getting shut down. I mean, it does come out, but then getting splatted. So it looks like Longing Lives were trying to make that push, and the miss.
They missed the clam throw, but they are able to pick it up. Not able to throw it in. 3 members going down, and so full wipe, and that is their hopes of a push just crushed by Deadly Drizzlers defense.
Yeah, that was
immediate rebound with just a power clam thrown in, their score already going down 3 points to 57. These bubbles coming out to tank the damage for the Squeezer, and a super jump as well. So they do get it down to 42, but it looks like the end of that push. And as I say that, a single clam going in for 39.
Yeah, down to 39 now, definitely the end of the push.
Yeah. But hey, I mean, 1 clam being thrown in, that could make all the difference. Who knows?
Oh, it definitely could. I mean, we saw that in an earlier set today, so who's to say we won't see it again? I mean, right now, if you're the Deadly Drizzlers, I think you're feeling pretty good that you're at quite a big lead, 39-100. That being said, the Longing Lives do have 2 power clams and 3 power clams and are approaching your basket with 2 Booyah bombs.
Oh, yeah. And another miss. Just unfortunate, but they do get 2 more in, and it looks like they are able to get that 3rd. So they need 1 more clam to take the lead here, and they do get that in, 2 more clams. So now 31-39, and that push is over, but they have taken the lead with only 36 seconds left.
Yeah, it definitely took the Longing Lives a lot longer to start their push, but when they did, it was much more significant. I mean, they have the lead, but not by much. You know, the Deadly Drizzlers right now, they already have enough clams gathered to take the lead.
Bubbles.
It's just a matter of getting that successful push. Look at how good those bubbles are at tanking that damage. I love that. And
Yeah.
another bubble's coming out.
And they
Able
get
to
both
pick up
power
2 of
clams
those
in.
power clams. Wow, all right, so they take the lead back, and with 1 second left in the barrier open, we're going into overtime, but we do see a lot of green on this map. It's not going to be easy for Longing Lives to push in time to take the lead back.
Yeah, and already 2 down. They do manage to save the power clan before it despawns, but the clock is against them, and that is going to be the game.
So, I mean, after a very dominant game by the Longing Lives on Rainmaker, we really saw kind of the opposite there. I mean, the Longing Lives were able to put together one really good push, but for the majority of the game, it really felt like the Drizzlers were in control of the map, were in control of the clams, and were in control of the game. And
Yeah. I
now,
really liked the way that those bubbles were getting chained in the pushes, because that squeezer, they had their bubbles, they went down, and if the K Junior hadn't had their bubbles, or maybe I'm getting people mixed up, but if the K Junior hadn't had those bubbles, they wouldn't have been able to get those 2 power clams in and win the game.
right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. So now sitting at 2-2, going into another very unconventional Splat Zones map here, Piranha Pit. What are your
Uh-huh.
thoughts on Splat Zones Piranha Pit?
Do I even have thoughts on this map? Like, it's so easy to get locked out on Piranha Pit. You kind of you get your whole, bottom, you get the zones are taken, you get your whole area taken over, and then suddenly you can't really go anywhere.
Yeah, that definitely is the case sometimes here. I would not be surprised to see a lot of Booyah Bombs coming out again, as a Booyah Bomb can single-handedly neutralize and cap an entire one of the 2 zones here. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 Booyah Bombs getting popped at once, completely take the zones, both of them, at the same time.
I once saw somebody say that these zones are so small that if you sneezed into them, they would change color.
They pretty much will. I mean, if you sneeze into them with a Tri-Slosher, they'll change color, that's for sure.
True. And they were talking about Black Belly, but I believe this holds true for Piranha as well.
I think they're
And
about the same size zones.
out comes the triple booyah yet again with the K52. I do like the K52 pick because the walls, due to the kind of the almost linear construction of this map on zones, those walls are going to be really useful for taking mid.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You are kind of forced to come down one of these 3 corridors here to get to mid. So that splash wall is really useful. We do see now, right off the bat, I believe that's the Deadly Drizzlers, I'm sorry, the Longing Lives taking the zone, popping an Ink Armor, pushing down to 74, and it looks like it's going to continue here.
Here's the lockout I was talking about, but these bubbles allowing them to take a zone. Double bubbles. I am liking this.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 very interesting comps in this set, specials-wise, with,
Oh,
you know,
wow.
this is really the set of Bubbles versus Booyah Bombs.
Yeah. I mean, hey, who's bubbles versus booyah bombs? Take your sides now, take your bets. But
That's the next Flatfest.
oh, but this is the lockout I was talking about. You know, this K52 just kind of running around, not letting anybody take their zone.
Yeah, it's exactly like you had predicted, really. I mean, without the Deadly Drizzlers having a single point on the board, it looks like this might be a very fast knockout.
The bubbles scared me from my perspective. I was spectating the 52, and the bubbles just came up behind me, and they scared me as much as they would have in game.
And there we are, the knockout on the side of Longing Lives.
Look how pink that map is. Just the entirety of mid, all taken.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw those Booyah Bombs come into
Oh.
play there, without a doubt.
A very fast and assertive game 5 for the Longing Lives, and so they will be moving into Grands, no?
Yeah, they will be moving into Grands along with the Ash Archers. So on the other side of this bracket here was the Jarring Jaws versus the Ash Archers. The Ash Archers were able to take that set 3-0. So they are waiting now in Grands, where the Longing Lives will be joining them for our final set of the afternoon.
3-0, quite assertive of them. This should make for a very good Grands.
Yeah, I think so. I'm interested to see. I'm hoping that going into this next set, we might see similar comps coming out from Longing Lives. I would assume so. Those seem to be comfort picks for them.
I mean,
Uh,
for God's sakes, we have Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse.
that's the
If
time
we
to
don't
bring out the triple booyah bomb.
if we don't see the Booyah Bombs there, I don't know what we're gonna be seeing.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what we see another team now, that a team that's been very dominant all day, do against this triple booyah bomb comp.
Yeah, it should be quite exciting.
I'm looking back through our rounds from earlier. I'm trying to see if these two teams had. Yes, they did. In round one, the Longing Lives played against the Ash Archers, and the Ash Archers did win the set. It was 3-0. The Ash Archers took a 3-0 set in our Swiss rounds over the Longing Lives.
Well,
So
we shall have to see whether history repeats itself.
yeah, exactly. There's a good chance that maybe the Longing Lives were able to kind of download the Ash Archer's play style and might have a good counter to it. Otherwise, we might see how you beat Triple Booyah Bomb.
Oh, the secrets. Booyah Bomb users hate this trick.
Yeah, this one simple trick can save you from Booyah Bombs forever.
This one simple trick will let you win all your humpback zones games from the nasty little Booyah Bomb spamming arrow PG.
The nasty Booyah Bomb spamming Kensa Arrow Spray as of patch
Kenza arrow spray.
5.4.
I
That
mean, yeah,
Kensa.
I've heard people saying that the Kenza 52s are going to be running rampant on humpback zones now that they've got a paint buff to
Oh,
back them up.
I absolutely anticipate that we see that. I think we're gonna see a lot more K52 from now until the end of Splatoon 2, which is okay with me. I think it's a pretty hype weapon to get on stream, to
I
be
wonder
honest.
if the 52s will get special nerfs next patch.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, with how well they can paint now, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many balance patches we're gonna get now and until Splatoon 3 comes out. Probably a few, but you got to think they're focusing a lot
That's
on
true.
getting
I
that game
suppose we'll
to
just have
us.
to wait and see.
Yeah, yeah, or at least I hope they're focusing a lot on getting that game to us.
I once had to fight a heavy remix and an arrow PG on humpback zones, and it was
Oh,
solo too. But for some, they got so many booyah bombs off between them. We almost lost in overtime to just a single booyah bomb.
oh, that's awful. I think that's unfortunately we don't have humpback zones here. Oh wait, we do. Game 4. So the 4 games for our grands tonight. I'm sorry, the 5 games for grands tonight will be Tower Control on Sturgeon, Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse, Clam Blitz New Albacore, Flat Zones on Humpback Pump Track, and Tower Control on Inkblaw Art Academy. I think that if the Longing Lives are able to at least make it to game 4, I have a lot of confidence that their triple booyah bomb will be able to win that game for them.
Oh yeah, I their comp is actually rather suited to humpback zones now that I think about it, because you got the tri-slosher being able to take advantage of all of those curves
Mhm,
and the slopes, and then you have the dynamo also just kind of just raining down ink into mid, and then the K52 just running around.
mhm. And then the booyah bombs doing the booyah bomb thing.
We better see game 4. Come on.
Yeah. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get quad booyah bomb on
Oh.
game 4.
yeah, you're hoping for it. And
I really am. I really am. So we're like I said, we're starting off tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard. I mean, what do you expect to see tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard?
Sturgeon is kind of one of those like kind of anything goes maps for me. But weapons with longer range chargers, splatlings, for example, they can really just they can stand on snipe or as one of the spinners and they just get full rain over mid. I do like seeing weapons that can take advantage of the way that mid is sloped downwards, like sloshers and rollers. If they stand up there, they have a large advantage just winging out their ink over the sides of the slopes and hoping that they hit something below it.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting to see. The weird thing about tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard is I feel like this is the tower control map where I see play happening in mid the least.
Hmm.
It feels like the tower is so quick to get out of mid that it's always like I feel like it's pretty quick to push down to like that 70 mark, and the
That
tower is
makes
always like
sense.
going pretty far back and forth. So I'm interested to see how if that's going to be as powerful as it is on something like splat zones on Sturgeon Shipyard, where that is a gigantic game deciding factor.
That's true. Yeah, I do tend to think a little bit more in zones terms. I used to play a lot of sturgeon zones for some reason. It followed me around, I swear. But that was also because I used to play Soda Slasher, so like pretty suited to that map mode. I do not play Soda any longer, unfortunately.
It's that's a fun weapon. I love
Those are
soda.
the Yeah, those are good days.
Uh,
I'm back to anchoring now, back to CJet race spam.
Oh, you
That
gotta
is
love
that is
race
what I
spam.
would play if I were playing this map. I would be playing race spam custom jet.
No, I'm just waiting for the Stingray splat bow in Splatoon 3 to reign
Oh,
supreme. But that being said, I think being able to steal the dynamo, I think is going to be really strong here, both because it's going to help get out of mid, right? Those weapons like the dynamo and the tri slosher help you to be the one to win that battle in mid, and then be playing on your opponent's end of the map rather than your own. But also, once you get there, to be able to have those weapons that are both good at having high ground, but also pretty good at having low ground, like we talked about on Inkblot Art Academy. The rollers and the tri sloshers are pretty good at throwing ink up onto ledges. So I think those two weapons could be really powerful here.
oh yeah, definitely. I've just been as an anchor, I'm just minding my own business, standing on a ledge, maybe firing out into mid, and then bam, I just get shot down by like a pesky little tri-slosher below me or something like
Oh
that.
yeah.
Because you can't aim directly down in this game. So if you're right underneath a ledge, that's a blind spot for a charger or a splatling. But if you're a slosher, you can just kind of go, up, the ink goes up and over, and bam, dead. Of course, it's not as easy as that, but you get my gist.
Chargers hate this one trick. You're telling all the
Just use
secrets.
this one simple trick and win all your anchor matchups forever, etc., etc.
All right, so here we go into tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard. We do see a very similar comp coming out from the Longing Lives here, and I'm interested to see that we have that L3D on the side of the arrow archers.
That's an H3D actually, so that's gonna be
Oh,
armor, not
you're
inkjet.
right. It is H3D.
Still interesting to see though. Delayed 3 down on the side of Longing Lives, so this is going to be what is their name again?
The Aft Archers is their
The
name.
archers making the first push, eating through the first checkpoint already, and so they're just already pushed up into the lives pit here. But the Booyah bomb's coming out, trying to zone out pit, take out tower, and take their pit back for themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately unable to do that with those Booyah bombs. Oh, able to do it now, but the push down to 32 is a scary one to see. I mean, this is definitely one of the maps that tends to be higher scoring on tower control, so they still do have a pretty good opportunity to bring it back here. We do see this K Pro holding on to that Booyah bomb. Now finally popping it to try to get a push going. One down on the side of the archers, but still we see the Longing Lives able to push pretty far up, down to 62 now, going one down themselves.
The Longing Lives really need to take control of the archers pit, because right now it's still pretty green, so the archers can just they can run around, they can take their snipe back or whatever they need to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not quite able to really keep a solid control on mid and be able to push up quite as far. I mean, the push down to 43 is not a bad one, but when your opponents started that early game with the push down to 32, you really need to make something big happen, which it looks like they're starting to do now. 2 down on the side of Ash Archers. And the Longing Lives are now finally starting to take control of that pit and trying to make the game-changing push.
Yeah, Booyah coming out of that remix, and the try is just sticking on the tower, and they do take the lead, if only by 2 points. And that double Booyah, just scattering the archers, pushing them away from tower, and enabling the lives to just continue running that tower, continue keeping it in pit, where they would like to get this push. Not get it, continue it.
I mean, the push down to 25 now is pretty good. And again, we see the Booyahs coming out, really kind of closing off the areas where the archers want to be to get to that tower.
Yeah, the archer's already 3 down with the Exploster just getting forced back farther and farther by the remix, and that is the knockout.
Wow. A fantastic comeback after being down almost 70 points. To come back and take the knockout is really impressive, and I think we most certainly saw the Booyah Bombs play a role in that. So that is the first game that the Longing Lives have taken off of the Ash Archers today, even though they met once before.
Good for them, good for them.
Yeah, so definitely these teams definitely have had a chance to kind of download each other a little bit and see each other's play styles. We'll see how that plays out going into game 2, which is going to be Rainmaker Walleye Warehouse.
Oh boy. I want to see those Booyah Bombs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we definitely want to see those Booyah Bombs.
I haven't really said anything. I don't really have anything else to say about Walleye that I haven't said before. You know, you see lots of long range, but also lots of people just running each other down, mowing each other over in mid. It's
Right.
just so cramped that like you can just turn your head like 90 degrees and you can force a 1v1 or a 2v1 I meant. You can assist one of your teammates.
Yeah,
It's very
absolutely.
fast-paced map.
It's a strange map in that it's very cramped, and also it's so long and narrow that, you know, it's kind of cramped side to side, but then you also have such a huge view over it if you're playing a backliner. It really is one of the most unique maps, I'd say, in Splatoon 2.
My take is that Walleye Warehouse is just a shorter version of Arowana Mall.
Yeah, I guess it kind of is. Without as many pits to fall into.
Yeah, that's what I meant by shorter. So you take it, you just kind of like compress it a little bit, and that's what you get.
Yeah, I definitely see that. A little less, I'd say, vertical, and then there it is. You have Walleye Warehouse.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
same alleys, same ways to drop into mid from either left or right.
Yeah, you know, I'm interested to see what comp we see coming out from the Ash Archers here. They were running that H3D before. I can't quite remember all of the weapons they were running. I think they were running an Explosher as well, right?
Yeah, an H3D, an Explosher. I believe there was another armor weapon as well. I believe Zap, perhaps. Don't completely remember, but it should be interesting.
If they bring out that double armor again, that could be pretty powerful here.
Double armor on
Rainmaker.
both sides, actually. A junior and a 96 for the archers, and then the same tri-zap. So it's the same double armor, double booyah comp that the lives were bringing out before. Can we see how that works for them here?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that game that they brought out that comp was one of the 2 games that they had lost in the first set that we saw them in. So let's see if they can make it work here on this Rainmaker game. If I'm correct, Rainmaker was one of the modes that the Longing Lives lost in the last set.
I do not have memory, but we a disconnect from the 96. So
Oh, no.
like, the loving I am so caught up on previous extinguished alone names. I cannot. wrap my head around this, but the lights are going to just KO this, and we're going to see a replay.
Yeah,
That's
that was a very early DC. So
Yeah. Yeah, there was a previous It's Dangerous to Go Alone that I played in, that there was a team called the Loving Lights, and that is what my brain is completely stuck on that. I'm having to force myself to say lives instead of lights every time.
I am interested to see now. At least we know what the comps are going to be. I mean, what was your thoughts on that comp on the side of the Ash Archers? They had the double armor and then the Explosher with the baller, I believe it was, which is a weird pick to see on Rainmaker.
I can definitely understand the kind of the thought process behind that, though. We did see a rather commanding Explosion on the Walleye Zones game, and with the paint and the range that Explo provides, it can just kind of take over mid in a few sloshes. And with that baller, if you baller in front of the Rainmaker, could definitely shield them from damage. So I can, or it also just serves as a second life for the Explosher. So I can see the thought process behind that. I really like the pick of the 96 as an armor weapon, though, because it's longer range and also armor. Just kind of the longer range lets it take down other short range shooters sometimes before the other shooter can even reach them. So I like that.
Yeah.
I like that pick on a map like Walleye, where everything is corners and you have to deal with people rushing you down all the time.
Right, that's a really good point. I believe that is the 96 that also has the splash wall.
No,
Uh,
that's 96 Deco.
yeah, you're
V96
right.
has Sprinkler.
Sprinkler, that's right. Which is, I mean, just great for farming specials. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Imagine if there was a 96 with wall and armor. I would play that thing. Unfortunately, there is not.
Okay, so coming back into Rainmaker on Walleye Warehouse, you see the same comps coming out, of course, and you know, we'll see if the game is going to start similarly to last game. Hopefully, no DC here.
Oh, hopefully, yes. This tech already pushed up rather far. I like the position, just the commanding positioning that they're taking here. It's making me think that they're on their side, but they're really not. They're just kind of spawn camping now. And already a double. And they make it almost a triple. They are not able to take out the Dynamo. That is still a push down to 44 for their team. Those picks that they are getting, allowing them to make an opening for their team.
Yeah, that was interesting to see the route they took there after they jumped up onto that box and then onto the right side there. I'm wondering what the thought process was there.
Yeah. But it gave them a height advantage. Well, not necessarily advantage, but if they had just kind of gone up the regular side of it, they would have been at a height disadvantage trying to get picks. So I liked that position that they took there.
Right. We do see 2 down right now on the side of the Longing Lights. Looks like the Ash Archers trying to start up another push. They have 3 specials on the board, popping bubbles, popping inkjet. I mean, they're in a good position right now to extend their lead for sure.
Yes, and that is exactly what they do. They are. I almost said are doing, but I guess I have to say did now, bringing it all the way down to 15, and they are still in quite a commanding position, taking a delayed 3 down, a delayed wipe, I believe. And this T-Tech going to take the same position, looking for those same picks that they did right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and there it is, really managing to spawn camp here and just prevent the Longing Lives from being able to put up a good fight here.
Absolutely phenomenal movement out of them. They are getting so many picks just running around in the spawn. And this looks like a KO for the Archers.
And it is. Wow, a very dominant game 2 there. So I mean, we see now we're going 1-1, and you know, we saw in game 1 the Archers seemed very dominant at the start, but once the Longing Lives were able to find their footing, they were able to bring it back and take the KO. You know, there we kind of saw the same thing, but Longing Lives unfortunately unable to find that right opportunity, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to pinpoint what it is that they did in game 1 that kind of gave them the opportunity to make the comeback and to be able to tap into that for this next game here.
Definitely. It seems that if they can just loosen the Archer's grip, they can knock them off balance. they'll just take their hold on mid on the objective and they won't let go. But now we're moving into Clan Blitz on New Albacore Hotel, and this is an interesting map mode. I personally really like it. I have a teammate that despises it. You know, it goes both ways.
It's definitely a difficult map mode to play. That being said, if it's one that you learn to play and get comfortable with, then you can be at a real advantage. Because if you don't really really learn how to play this map mode specifically, it's not easy. I mean, it's I'd say one of the Clam Blitz maps where you have to travel the farthest to get to your opponent's basket, or go over grading to get to your opponent's basket, or both.
It is true. The grading does put the pushing team at a disadvantage. One thing I really like to do with this map is to put bubbles over that grading, so I have the kind of a shield to walk through as I am vulnerable on those grades. So I wonder if we will see one or more bubbles on either team. Although I don't think we've seen bubbles at all out of the uh almost said Loving Lights again, the Longing Lives. I wonder how many Booyahs we've seen. I don't think we've seen any less than 2 yet.
No, we haven't. Booyahs, I think, would be an interesting pick on this map. Maybe not quite as powerful because they, on a map that's so large like New Albacore, you just can't control such a large percentage of it with the Booyah Bomb like you can with a smaller or narrower map. I
But
do think we saw the Ash Archers bring out bubbles earlier though.
yeah, should be interesting to see what both teams have to bring to the table.
Okay, so we see the triple Booyah Bomb coming out.
And I believe it is the Explosher with bubbles, so they do have bubbles in the event that they need to use them to make a push here.
Yeah, I believe you're right. That is the Explosher with bubbles there. So we have triple Booyah Bomb and the armor on the side of the Longing Lives. Now we have the bubbles, the Inkjet, the rain, and ink armor on the side of the archers, which I think is interesting to see. Already popping those bubbles, and just like you said, putting them over the grading there, I think is a fantastic play. It really allows you to kind of push in past that. I think it might have been a little bit premature there, as they didn't quite have the clamps to start making a push, but it at least helped them get some control of mid.
Yeah, definitely. That is what I was talking about with the bubbles. Not necessarily the timing. Usually I do them in the midst of a coordinated push, but hey, same positioning.
We do. Oof.
I tried just getting fall off denied by the T-Tech there.
Yeah, I was just starting to say that it looked like they were going to put together a push, and then immediately they go 2 down there, and now the Ash Archers putting themselves in a pretty good position here. 1 power clam on the board, and enough regular clams to put together another one.
They've got 23 clams, they've got specials, they've got all they need. And the CDS does go down, but not on their own. They do get a trade, and that is a good trade. I like this Explosion here. Wow, taking it full advantage of their range to just throw ink over the cool gap in between. They do miss the clam, but they are able to pick it up and throw in another. So already taking their score down to 54. And I like this Explosion. Wow, they're just taking full advantage of their range and painting power to catch their enemies off guard.
Yeah, and now right here we see part of what makes Clam Blitz so difficult on this map is like once you've started to make that push and you run out of clams, it's such a long distance to go back and get more clams and get all the way back to the basket that you really have a hard time extending your pushes.
Yeah, but they're already back with another power clam to just
There they are.
continue the push that they started. They've kept the Longing Lives locked out, just getting the picks, using that Inkjet to go up onto higher portions of the map. They really just have full control over mid. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're absolutely right. They have full control over mid, and they have full control over their opponent's pit and plat there too. I mean, which puts them in a really good position. The push all the way down to 16 points. They do finally. It looks like they have to stop the push, but already with more bubbles coming out over that grading, They are not letting off on the pressure.
Yeah, even if they aren't using those bubbles as pressure, those bubbles are just there, providing a distraction. And we see, I believe, the T-Tech sharking by the basket, providing a jump point. I believe they're looking for a jump point. They're becoming a jump point for their teammates so that they can collect clams. But with their team 2 down, it looks like they're just going to leave that spot. I once won an Albacore Clams game just by doing pushes like that.
I mean, they can be really powerful when they're coordinated. Unfortunately, being that sort of anchor that's way up front, that's waiting for the jump push, does take you out of the game effectively if your team's not ready to make that push right away.
I do like how they were able to realize, hey, maybe this isn't the best position for me to be in, and they turned it into a flank, and they were able to get a trade off of it.
Yeah. Here we do see now the Longing Lives making their first bit of a push using those Booyah Bombs, but with the Ash Archers still having all 4 members up and them not really having any control of that area in front of the basket, they aren't able to extend it any further than the 1 power clam.
Yeah, they did have 2 more power clams, but their teammates just kind of got caught almost not out of position, but just without any backup in mid. And this is just going to enable the archers to extend their push down to 9, maybe even further.
Yeah, down to 6, down to 3, and there's the KO. I mean, that was a really good example of just how important it is to be coordinated on a map like this, where it's so hard to get from mid to the basket. Because even if you manage to get that basket open, if your teammates aren't already in a good position to start putting clams in that basket, or if you're not taking out members of your opposing team while you're getting that first power clam in, then you really can't take the push anywhere.
Yeah, it's such an impressive display out of that T-Tech and the Explo with 21 and 17 kills respectively. They were just running around applying pressure, not letting the lives. I'm trying so hard. They're just not letting them do anything. And I really liked how the archers just chained their pushes together. Once one of their pushes stopped, they just went around in mid, they collected their clams, and they came back with another. But here we are on humpback zones. So maybe we'll see those Booyah Bombs, that Shrine, that Dynamo.
This is what we wanted.
Oh. Their comp definitely would have the upper hand here, but we'll have to see if they have the skill and the coordination to back it up. You can't win on weapon kits alone, unfortunately.
Yeah, you definitely cannot. The Ash Archers are up 2-1 right now over the Longing Lives. So even if they are able to take this win here, they will have to win also on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy afterwards.
Yes, we shall see, we shall see.
I am definitely wondering what we're gonna see as a comp from the Ash Archers here. We've really seen them kind of change it up quite a bit every game so far. Although I think they've had an Explosher most of the time, which is a really good weapon here on Humpback, to be able to just lob those big Exploshes kind of up onto the zone there. So I'm hoping or expecting that we're going to see that again, and I also wouldn't be surprised to see that 96 gal again.
Oh, definitely. Explo's got all the strengths of a slosher, and then it just has range and it has pate, and that makes it perfect for humpback zones.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we see now going into splat zones on Humpback Pump Track.
Oh, double bucket.
Ooh, we have an Explosher coming out on the side of Archers, and we have 2 Tri-Sloshers coming out, one on each team.
Yes, but one is a Tri Nouveau and the other is the V-Tri. I almost contradicted myself there. But so there's one does have armor and the other will have rain.
Yeah,
the role that the rain plays in possibly taking back this zone here, keeping control over it. Because if you have rain, and right here it is, you just kind of have rain taking over mid, weakening your opponents and providing chip damage.
Yeah, and this zone is narrow enough that rain can really kind of cover the whole thing and just make it a place where your opponents can't go.
Yes, and right there, that's just all the strengths of Try demonstrated on Humpback right there. You run around, you take advantage of the height advantages you get and all the slopes. Slosher Fall Off means that even if you don't have direct line of sight to your enemy, you can just tap ZR and hope your ink hits them.
Yeah, you definitely can. That being said, we see a lot of Booyah Bombs coming in to take the zone back for the Longing Lives. Very close game right now. The Ash Archers ahead only by 2 points, trying to finish off their penalty, but just barely unable to do it. And there they are, finally finishing off that penalty, pushing down past 70. 3 down, 2 down now on the side of the Longing Lives. This is looking like finally they're able to take the zone again.
Yeah, Try versus Try with the Loving Lights V-Try coming out on top. And now they are just trying to throw ink out onto the zone, keep it neutralized, but unfortunately they are not able to do that. And the zone is capped in the favor of the Archers again and again.
Yeah, you know, at least they are able to get a pretty good penalty on the board there. They still do have time to take back that zone. The Ash Archers going 3 down now. This could definitely be the Longing Lives.
I believe that was actually
opportunity.
delayed wipe, yes. And so now the Lives, they now have control of mid. This Dynamo just flinging their ink over the bunker, slowing down the Explo, slowing down anybody trying to camp out on that bunker.
Yeah, I mean, even so, the Ash Archers are able to take back control of that zone. Again, we have a game that, you know, these teams are within 7 points of each other.
Surprisingly low scoring for a Humpback Zones game. Usually these games go down to 30 or even fewer in my experience.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing this zone go back and forth pretty frequently and pretty quickly.
But right now... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that K52 doing a really fantastic job of utilizing the shield on the zone there.
Oh, definitely. And the double Booyah coming out to immediately cap the zone. They do have a slight penalty now, but it is 53 to 52. So that is quite close. Delayed 3 down on the side of... I'm not even sure whose side, I forgot as I was saying that. But the Archer's now back in control, and that Explo getting such a nice fall-off pick. Getting 2 in the same corner. Impressive. And so they've gotten through their penalty, and now they are down in the 40s.
Yeah, this is not a good position to be in for the Longing Lives. They have quite a ways to push back into mid there. They are trying to do so.
Yes, 3 down, and this Junior just painting for their life, and eventually they do go down.
Finally capping the zone, though, after a very difficult time of getting in. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hold it for all that long.
Yeah, here we have this Explo coming out, poking the zone, putting those bubbles out, doing exactly what doing exactly what an Explo needs to do to provide that chip damage and that paint for their team to capitalize off of.
Yeah, I mean, the Explo has such a great ability here to control mid from literally any point on the map, because they have that range and that ability to really just lob the ink up over all of these obstacles. It's such a powerful weapon here on Humpback Zones.
Yes. And bubbles coming out from them yet again. Every time the Lives cap the zone, this Explo is just here to say, no, it's my zone.
Yeah, I mean, they at least are able to keep the penalty onto the Archers, which is good. But unfortunately, that's not enough for them to take the game. That is going to be the game and the set and the tournament to the Ash Archers.
Begin the set and the tournament, one after another. And there you have it. First in the alphabet and first in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and the Ash Archers were coming into this from what seed? I believe they were coming in from 3rd seed. Yeah, they're coming in from 3rd seed, able to take it all in grands. Congratulations to the Ash Archers. That was a phenomenal performance. I mean, taking grands 3-1. They took semifinals over the Jarring Jaws 3-0. So only dropping a single game in Top Cut.
Well, congrats to them and good games to all. These were some great games, and I had such a pleasure. I tried to say it was a pleasure to commentate, and I had a blast at the same time, but I had a
I feel the
blast coming.
same way. Yeah, this was a really fantastic tournament. Had an awesome time commentating with you. Where can the good people find you on the internet?
Find me on the internet. I can be found on Twitter at cater underscore because cater was taken by an account that was last active in February 2013, so I had to slap the underscore onto it.
I can be found on Twitter at crit success underscore for the exact same reason.
Oh, the struggle.
Thank you everyone for tuning in to It's Dangerous to Go Alone. Thank you to all the teams who played today. And of course, thank you to all the TOs and commentators who did such a fantastic job of putting this together and running this tournament. Congratulations to Ash Archers. And that is It's Dangerous to Go Alone, February 2021.
Thank you for coming out, everybody, and we hope to see you all again soon.